Hello and welcome to another episode of the Fair One podcast. We were meant to start at one, but you know what? I can't help myself but start a little bit early because this prelim card looks fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. It's better than a lot of the mains that UFC has put out lately, to be honest with you. And I'm really, really keen to see a couple of these guys that are coming through in the middleweight division. Because the middleweight division does need some new blood. I think, like I've said many times, I think there's a big disparity between the top two guys and the rest of the division. I don't see anyone dismantling either one of those two guys. Having said that, it'd be very, very interesting to see Alex Pereira how he how he performs, because he has a striking to not just hang but beat either one of the top two guys. Having said that, it's a big ask. This is MMA, and I'm interested in Nassourdine Imavov. This will be a very interesting fight. Edmen Shahbazyan is a promising young guy coming through, and he suffered two losses at the hands of some very grapple heavy guys. So this is going to be interesting because Nassourdine Imavov, I believe that one of his Achilles heels at the moment may be his grappling. He's definitely a better striker than he is grappler. He came off of, I think if he had a little bit more experience, he may have been beaten Phil Hawes in that last fight. So we're off, people. We're off in this first round, and let's see how we go here. Both guys looking really comfortable, but Imamov setting it up from a nice jab there in the orthodox stance. So they're both orthodox to orthodox. And Imavov looks in better shape than I've seen him as well. Like he looks significantly leaner in the cage here, more muscular, I'd say. So, and he looks very, very, very comfortable. It's interesting as well because sometimes you can't gauge people off their first couple of fights because it takes a little bit to get comfortable in the fight game, especially in the UFC in a big promotion. Oh, nice calf kick by Shahbazyan, hiding that behind a stiff jab. That was very, very nice work. But Imavov's very patient. He's a very, very good boxer. He's been boxing since he was about 10 years old. Russian out of Paris. Nice little jab again by Imavov, but Shahbazyan answers with another calf kick. Both these guys have plenty of power to knock somebody out. Nice trade there by Imavov. Imavov's looking for that 1-2. He's keeping Shahbazyan on the peripheries of the octagon. Shahbazyan goes looking once again for the calf kick, but Imavov hits him with a right hand to the body and takes him off balance. Both guys in the orthodox stance. Inside kick by Imavov. Imavov momentarily switches from orthodox to southpaw. But that leg kick, that calf kick, is landing by Shahbazyan. Very, very nice work by Shahbazyan to land that kick. And people that have a boxing heavy style are susceptible to leg kicks. That's simply because the left hand, a lot of the left leg, the left lead leg, is turned inwards in a more boxing heavy, boxing centric style, which Imavov definitely possesses. So it's interesting, and it's a very, very good thing to target. He's also caught Imavov with a nice left hand. You can see that the markup around Imavov's right eye. Imavov's doing a good job of framing. Is Shahbazyan going to be able to get him down? It's going to be very, very interesting. Now, Shahbazyan has some experience as a high school wrestler. He's a decent high school wrestler, but he's not the better wrestlers in this division. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see if Imavov can keep this fight on the feet against someone like Shahbazyan. Otherwise, this could spell trouble, irrespective of what happens here as he starts to go up the weight divisions. He has a good win against Heinich, who is a decent wrestler. But okay, very nice. But he's got the deep guillotine here. He had the deep guillotine the whole time in against Shahbazyan. Shahbazyan's managed to roll out of it, and Imavov wasn't able to get to his feet. So this is very, very interesting. Shahbazyan has taken him to the ground. What Imavov does from here is going to be very interesting. If he can get himself back to his feet, because Imavov has a lot of potential to do well in this division. Nice. He comes after Shahbazyan. Now he's got Shahbazyan up against the cage. Imavov with the superior head positioning, although Shahbazyan does have the underhook. A lot of energy went into that from Shahbazyan to get the takedown. And once he got the takedown, he wasn't able to capitalize on it. And Imavov was able to get up. That takes a big toll out of someone. It does take a big, big toll, especially when you're not like a wrestler, like through and through wrestler. And what you find with these guys that have a really good striking pedigree, really good boxing background, is they're able to just keep that rhythm, that pressure of boxing going. You know, like the Diaz brothers, Peter Yan, Imavov, and there's a lot of other guys. So you might look good striking with them for 7, 8, 9 minutes, and then they start to get over you. I'm an Imavov fan. I'm not going to lie, but I don't know how much he's what his potential truly is, you know, and this fight will be able to be a good indicator. He had a good win against Ian Heinich, though, really, really good win. And he's able to get the head position, the superior head position on Shahbazyan and hold him up against the cage. It's 15 seconds to go. And I mean, I'd probably edge this round a tiny bit to Imavov, but that's me, mate. That's me. I wouldn't want to be a judge. I'll tell you that now. King Carrot says, thank you. Looking forward to this. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Joseph says, good morning, coach. How was your week, kind sir? My week has been stupidly busy, guys. Very, very, very busy. Joseph says, you know, it's a great card when coach starts the podcast on prelims. Thank you very much, mate. So that was that kick that I mentioned earlier. It just barely grazed the body, but it did get him off balance. Nice. Those leg kicks by Shahbazyan have been really, really good. Really nice leg kicks, landing right behind the knee. And Shahbazyan did get the takedown. He did get the takedown here. Having said that, though, for me, the closest that anyone came to finishing this fight was Imavov with that guillotine that Shahbazyan was able to roll out of. I think the cleaner punches overall and the cleaner strikes were probably landed by Imavov. And the cage pressure towards the end was probably from Imavov. It's a hard fight to judge because ultimately what you're judging a fight on is damage. And whilst the guys are both banged up a little bit, neither one of them really got away from it. I get the feeling that Imavov can keep this pace going longer than Shahbazyan can. That's my feeling. Hassan Ahmed says, what's up, Fab? How you doing, brother? I'm doing really, really well. Guys, I'm trying a different thing today as well. We're going to broadcast on Colorcast. So I'm going to try and send a link and see if you guys can go on Colorcast and also comment on there if you could, please. This is the first time me doing this. So we're off, guys, the second round. Imavov after him with some nice combinations. Oh, Shahbazyan answers, but Imavov covers up really, really well. Again, that's another thing that these guys with good boxing backgrounds that are able to transition do very, very well is cover up. You know, is just cover up, walk forward, so they walk you backwards, and it kind of takes away your kicks. And I think you're going to see more and more transitions from guys that have that boxing background because now there's such an ability to be able to grapple. You can go to so many other grappling gyms, and so I think you're going to see that more and more because the boxing is a forgotten art, man. Really, really good for really, really good art. The ability to block and evade punches in close proximity he's gone for another guillotine. I like this one. I like it. He's got it in deep. He has it in deep, very, very deep. Shahbazyan is in all sorts of trouble. This is basically a front choke, like a rear naked choke, but from the front. Shahbazyan is able to get out of that, but he's got to be careful putting his head in there, man. That's the second time that he's been threatened with a guillotine like that. Modified guillotines both times. The other one was a high elbow guillotine, but still, he's been threatened with chokes twice from that position. So it shows that Imavov does have a good balance and he has an understanding of where he can go for guillotines from those positions. Having said that, Shahbazyan isn't the best wrestler in this division, not by a long shot. Again with a front choke, and this time Shahbazyan capitulates the back. So he goes to the back. He hasn't got it in deep enough. Imavov hasn't got this in deep enough. I can see now he's got it in deeper. But it's very hard to finish this choke from this angle, this particular choke. If Shahbazyan rolls onto his back, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be very, very, very hard to finish that choke. And how much of this is going to affect Imavov's arms? I don't know. I don't know how much this will affect the gas on Imavov's arms. It probably will. If you squeeze that hard, it probably will. Goes again for the guillotine. That guillotine's not on. It's across the face. The problem with going for guillotines when somebody's going for a takedown is that you there's a good chance you're going to end up on your back. But now Imavov goes looking for a takedown of his own, and Shahbazyan hits him with a guillotine. This guillotine's pretty bad because he's still in Shahbazyan's guard. Now he's able to pass the guard to the correct side. There's no guillotine on anymore. And Shahbazyan looks fatigued, absolutely fatigued. He kind of gave up. Big space. He's not moving. Now I think it's going to get really bad for Shahbazyan. That posturing from Imavov allows him to hold the head where it is and land the elbows. Also disrupts the hell out of Shahbazyan's breathing. How long have the fights been going, James? James, this is the first fight of the prelims. Of not the like. So this is the first fight, and the main card is still like at least 2 hours away. Great work here. Imavov has now passed the guard from this angle, from what I can see. Shahbazyan, like I said, I said that earlier. It looked to me like Shahbazyan wasn't going to be able to keep the rhythm of this fight, of that fight going, and I think he's going to struggle in this third round. And I do see an Imavov finish in the third round. Look for a finish somewhere 3 minutes into that third round. I think he'll. Shahbazyan is now almost in a crucifix. Imavov went looking for a Kimura there for a second. Now he's got him in the crucifix and he's landing the ground and pound. I don't think Shahbazyan might make it out of this round. He's in all sorts of trouble, is Shahbazyan. Imavov is at that. So what happens with that? What he's doing, you cover the nose and mouth. The guy can't breathe, and then you drop the elbow. Shahbazyan's in all sorts of trouble here. There's 24 seconds to go. He's bucking, trying to survive. But even if he gets out of this round, he's going to be absolutely exhausted going into the third round. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the fight. Imavov with a very impressive win over Edmen Shahbazyan. Having said that, though, as much as Shahbazyan does have potential and he could go and do some work and come back into the UFC later in his career, that is the third on the trot loss for him. The fact that he has two significant losses to Brunson and oh my god, and what's his name? I like him. I can't even think of Hermanson. This fight hasn't aged well. Like his name hasn't aged well, you know. So Imavov definitely had to put him away. Imavov, whilst I'm a huge fan of his, and I think there's a massive he has huge amount of potential. I'm a little bit worried with some of that takedown defense because Shahbazyan has not got the strongest wrestling in that division, and Imavov did struggle a little bit with some of those grappling exchanges. So look for him to look for him to improve his grappling and his wrestling a little more. And this guy's very, very dangerous, man. This guy's going to be very, very, very dangerous. Again, do I see him posing a proper threat to Israel or Rob? No, I don't. Not at this stage in his career. However, a lot of things can change, but right now, I don't see that. You know, right now, who he is. That's not to say he hasn't got amazing potential because I'm on the Imavov train. Um, Andre says, "What's up, Fab? Hope all is well." Yes, sir. Matt says neither of these are top five material. Not right now, but Imavov is a young guy. He's a young guy. He's 26 years old, and he is making his way through. You know, he has beaten everyone. You know, other than Phil Hawes, and yeah, so he's definitely got potential. You know, he's definitely got potential, and the improvements I've seen him make from one fight to now, from his first fight till now, is it's pretty impressive. You know, it looks like he is doing his homework. It looks like he is doing the work he needs to do. So that's that's very important. That's very important. Um, what was I going to say? I was going to say something to you. Oh yeah, I don't know how many more podcasts I'll be able to keep doing, um, because things have been ridiculously busy the last few weeks. Now that with the finish of the COVID lockdowns here in Australia, a lot of projects that I had backed up um, are now starting to take fruition. So it's been really, really difficult to balance everything. Having said that as well, I think the yeah, just a lot of opportunities, and my second daughter's about to be born any week now. So when I have two kids under two kids under two, basically, it's going to be pretty insane here in this household. So I don't know exactly the regularities of my podcasts aren't going to be up to scratch. You know, they haven't been the last month or so. I'm really aware of that, and I just apologize to all the guys that love watching the guys being a gender neutral term, all the guys that love watching the podcast and hanging out and that. You know, they haven't been that regular, and they probably will get worse. I don't know how often I'll be able to do them, at least for the foreseeable future. Just I'm absolutely flooded, inundated with work, and yeah, just a new addition to the family is going to be pretty insane. I also got some pretty heavy duty renovations that have to be done at home. So yeah, um, Shaz says Shahbazyan has heart though he didn't want to quit. No, absolutely, he does have heart. I think he's got a lot of potential as well. But just having heart and being tough, dude. You know, like I think it said it in Rocky Five or one of those things. Like being tough will get you hurt, and no truer words have ever been spoken than that. Like just being tough is going to get you hurt here in this game. Um, and he's got some skills, but there are definitely skill gaps in his abilities there, you know. And so um, it's definitely a bit of a there's definitely some areas for improvement for him. Um, so yeah, Adidas RC says I've got 200 British pounds on a Colby to win. I don't know what the odds are. I don't know what the odds are on that. I mean Usman, their last fight was close. It was close. Um, but Usman has been the more active of the two, and he's certainly in that time added a few wrinkles to his game. So it's hard for me to say to you that I think Colby will win. I think their first fight, I was kind of split between the two. I found because again, everyone's gonna say, "Oh, I knew Usman was gonna win after you seen him win," but I think for me personally, this is going back retrospectively. My pick is Usman right now. That's my pick, just because he's the more active. He's the guy's got the best form, so he'd have to be the favorite. But having said that, I found Usman to be a little bit more mechanical than Colby. You know, Colby's a little bit more fluid in his movements. Um, is that going to be enough to beat Usman? I don't know. I don't think so. Um, sorry, my friend that wrote "Family is priority." I'm not being smart. I just can't read Arabic. How do I pronounce your name? Could you write it phonetically for me, please? Added SRC says I got 4-1 online at Paddy Power. I mean, if you're a betting man, I'm not a betting man, but um, if you're a betting man, that's not that bad of a bet. I don't think. Correct me if I'm wrong. You would get what, £800 back. Um, I don't know that I would say that Usman is a 4-1 favorite. You know what I mean? That's a big, like, big jump. Yeah, so it might not be a bad bet. Joseph says, I just hope you can bless us with a podcast when Rob fights Izzy, coach. All we ask. Look, man, honestly, I'd like to, but I'm not going to lie to you. I cannot lie to you guys. You guys, we are all friends, on this podcast. The reality is, like, it almost gets to a point like today. I was always going to start it at 11, but it got to a point today where my wife and I ran out of time. You know what I mean? It's just 1 second. We just ran out of time. It just gets insane, Like like I said, COVID had put a lot of projects and a lot of stuff a lot of work that I had, it had put it on the back burner. And then in the last week or so, it's just the floodgates have opened with the projects that have been in the background, and now there's like all these opportunities jumping up that I can't say no to. And then, got to look after the kid and all of that. So the reality is, um, yeah, the reality, it's just really, really difficult to be able to say to you, yes, I'll do this or I'll do that and da da da. Because to be honest with you, Sunday came along. Today came along as Sunday for us, and it was like, fuck, I almost forgot the fights were on. To be honest with you, Andre says Shahbazyan has fought straight killers at age 23. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely, and that's some of the things that people don't understand as well. Like when you're watching it, like it it depends who you get put in with as well. Like Alex Alex Pereira now, who he's going to fight. Like I'm not saying the guy's like he's not a scrub, but like it just depends who you fight. If you fight, there's guys like if you fought Hermanson, for instance, it's not that he can't beat Hermanson. The thing that someone like Hermanson has is that he will straight just try and wrestle, and he'll just rinse and repeat, or a Vittori, and so that might not be the best um, person to match Alex Pereira with right now. I think Andreas Michailidis is a guy that is going to mix it up, and he's got good jiu-jitsu, but there's elements there where he's also going to try and trade with Alex a little bit more, and so you're going to be able to develop Alex's game as a promoter. I'm talking about, not just as a fighter. So I think Shabazian is probably pushed. One of the worst things that happened to him, to be honest with you, was knocking Brad Tavares out. Because when he knocked Brad Tavares out, that kind of threw him into a position to kind of have to fight ranked guys. Um, and so that's, yeah. He went from Jack Marshman, like Chris Bird and Jack Marshman, and a decision win over Darren Stewart, to a head kick KO of Brad Tavares, and then jumping into Derek Brunson, losing to Derek Brunson, and then fighting Hermanson. Like it's a rough little trajectory for a young guy like that. Christian Laurent says, "Hello, great Fab. I'd like just hanging on to fucking average Fab." Um, Adidas RC says, "Gamblers never bet favorites." I'd imagine you wouldn't bet favorites unless you're going to put like $10,000 to win 1,000 or something like that. Um, I don't know. I don't gamble, but um, I love when they do this slow motion. Like I'm just watching the breakdown, the analysis, the breakdown, and like what happens is people watch this and and then they go and repeat this and they say, "This is what Kamaru did." And a lot of the times he did it, other times he didn't do that, and sometimes there is an exchange of punches that just by a split second went the other way, could have gone the other way, couldn't this, could have that. I'm not saying that the analysis isn't great. The analysis is absolutely fantastic, but you also have to take it with a grain of salt as well. Um, Faisal Ahmed is the translation. Salam alaikum, Faisal. Um, your thoughts on Rose versus Zhang fight? Here's the thing with Rose, man. Rose can whack, man. She can hit hard, and that's very, very, very rare for lightweight people. One sec. Anyone that can hit hard at the lighter weights, and I'm talking about men and women, but anyone that can hit hard, say a Peter Yan, a Jose Aldo, those guys that hit hard, and that's a phenomenon that's occurring in the men's bantamweight division right now, which you have a bunch of guys that can hit real hard. And when you have that in that division, it's tough to beat. It's a real tough situation to beat. Um, Rose carries power in women's division, in the women's light division, like in the lighters or lighter women's divisions. You know, um, So that's a huge advantage, you know. Rose can knock people out in that division, and that's you don't see that often. So that's my thoughts. You know, that's a big problem. You know, because most skills that you spar with don't hit hard. You know, don't hit as hard as that. Or I'm working with a girl now will remain nameless for a little bit who has the potential to do some pretty good stuff. And like I felt I felt her power in her punches, and I was like, man, this it's scary. She was like a little guy. She hit like a little guy. Um, and not a lot of girls have that power. You know, not a lot of girls can hit like that. So it makes a big difference. The same thing, I've always said this, the same thing with guys that are flexible. Most guys are pretty strong, and even if you don't hit hard, you would have come across guys that hit hard. It's not that crazy. But guys that are flexible, that can move their body in different ways, like almost like how flexible girls are, they have that X factor. Yeah. Um, so I'd go with Rose, me. Adidas says Usman's a heavy favorite, but Colby's so abrasive that he might just pull it off. Um, Colby could pull it off not because he's so abrasive, more because like he's a very skilled fighter, man. He's a very like he was an all American wrestler, filler gold medalist in grappling, which is it's not easy to do. So he won the gold medal as a grappler at the filler tournament, and he was an all American wrestler. So he's a very complete grappler, very complete grappler. Um, so I think that he is very skilled. And his striking has come a long way as well. Is it at Usman's level? I can't say it is because I haven't seen him recently, you know. And Usman has shown that his striking has come along over the years, you know. It's not just, and this is nothing against Trevor Whitman, who I'm a huge fan of, but it's not just since he was with Trevor Whitman. It's an accumulation of year after year after year. It's, you know, he's 36 or 37 years old since he transitioned to MMA. It's working year in, year out with Henry Hooft, with all these other striking coaches, and with Trevor Whitman. You know, it's not just, oh, the 6 months or year, 2 years he's been with Trevor Whitman. It's an accumulation of all your work. It's your body of work, you know. And I say that so it doesn't people. It's one, it takes away from his past coaches, and two, it takes away from the actual fact of the body of work, which is 10 plus years. You know that's really come together. Yeah, and just to give you an idea, Colby Covington has a good win over Damian Maya. You know, he's very good, man. He's a very good fighter. This is an interesting fight, I think. The Phil Hawes versus Chris Curtis. Chris Curtis a little bit of an anomaly. I don't want to throw the word around like a journeyman, but he's been around a lot. You know, he's a very experienced guy. It's going to be interesting if Phil Hawes is going to be able to because if Phil Hawes loses this, he's got two wins over Jacob Malkoon and Imavov in some that are that have really good potential. You know what I mean? They've got really good potential in that division. It's going to be interesting if Phil Hawes loses. You know what I mean? Where that puts everyone in that division. I think Phil Hawes has a few gaps in his game, and one of them is the fact that I think after that 7 or 8 minute mark, he doesn't he's not the same guy. He's not the same guy at all. Um, So yeah, he's not very dangerous guy in those first 7 or 8 minutes. Christian Lorenz says, Fab, over the last week, I watched many of Hamzat's wrestling matches and past MMA fights. He's very high level. He will be able to compete with anyone at 170 to 185 in the wrestling department. Absolutely. I've said this many times. Like he placed third in under 20s at Russia in Russia. So what that means, that's like there are guys that means he'll make just about any national team in the world, and he could probably medal at the world tournaments. And he didn't go to worlds as an under 20-year-old because the two freaks that beat him would be even better. What that what that means though is like he could have made many senior world teams, many countries seniors world teams. He would have made it, and probably done well at world competition. You know that's how high level you finishing top three in Russia is. You know it's a ridiculous level. You have guys that um, don't win Russian nationals. The guy gets injured, and the second place guy wins worlds or wins an Olympic gold medal. It's a and especially that weight division that you're talking about. You know what I mean? Like that 74 through to I'm talking in wrestling weights, the 74 kilos to 84 kilograms, where there's so many people. Um, so yeah, it's he's a very high level grappler. Christian Lorenz says Gaethje Chandler bloodbath, Usman Colby dogfight. Yeah, the thing with Usman and Colby is that they're two high level grapplers, and sometimes that makes not so good kickboxing fight. But Usman's kickboxing, I can speak for Usman because I haven't seen Colby, has improved a lot. Let's see what happens in this fight. I'm very interested. We are about to be off, people, and we're off. Curtis in the southpaw stance. Phil Hawes looking for front kick down the middle. That's a good move to make when you're orthodox to southpaw as they are in this fight. Phil Hawes in these opening minutes is absolutely dangerous. Very dangerous man. Very powerful. Holds a lot of power in his hands. You don't want to be in there with him in those first 7 minutes. And he's beating Curtis to the punch all the time. It's going to be interesting to see if Curtis can weather this storm. Curtis is covering up. Phil Hall's doing a great job of faking low with that left hand and throwing that right over the top. Interesting as well when you have like a JUCO national champion like this, which is an extremely fucking high level, I tell you now. You're always careful with his wrestling as well. You don't know what's going to happen if he gets you down. You know, it's an if because he can get you down if he wants to, and he plays on it. He's very good, Phil Hawes. He had that entry in quite easily on Curtis at that point, but I do feel that he is the much quicker of the two, and he's able to land those punches. Nice oblique kick attempt by Phil Hawes. Oh, Curtis got hit with a big right hand from Phil Hawes. He's got serious dynamite in his hands, Phil Hawes. Curtis doing like a modified Philly shell to stop the shots, which is good. It's a good defense, and also what it does, it brings your elbows into the defense, especially in MMA with the small gloves. I like the Philly shell and all of that. One, it doesn't leave a lot of space for the shots to get through, but big trade. Curtis goes looking for an uppercut, but it also if you hit the elbows with the if someone that hits as hard as Phil Hawes hits your elbows with his fists, he'll blow his fist up. And that's another thing people don't get with the small gloves or the bare knuckles. Oh, big right hand by Phil Hawes. Again goes looking for the oblique kick. He's hurt, Curtis. Curtis goes looking for an oblique kick back. You have to kick with a kicker. When somebody starts landing kicks on you, oh, Curtis is in a little bit of trouble. But I do wonder because he is the round's getting on, and I do favor Phil Hawes to gas in the later rounds. I'm not saying that he'll lose, but he's not the same dynamite that he is in the first and halfway through the second. But he's absolutely explosive in these first 7 minutes, man. He's super dangerous. Could catch anyone. And he's peppering Curtis as well. And he's doing it without having to exert himself too much. And those takedown attempts, they keep changing the level of your eyes and your level of defense. Curtis looks like a sturdy boy, though. He's taking quite a few shots. 1 minute and 13 seconds to go. Oh, nice shot to the liver from Curtis. Curtis goes looking for a body kick of his own to Phil Hawes. Phil Hawes has landed a lot of nice front kicks. When you stand southpaw to orthodox, either or, that front kick is there all day. Oh, he wobbles Phil Hawes, I think. He looked like he wobbled Phil Hawes. He's hit him. He's definitely wobbled Phil Hawes. Hawes is all sorts of trouble. Curtis wins it. Great, great show from Curtis. Curtis looks like a tank himself, and that was one of the things like I was saying, like early on I can see Phil Hawes beating just about anyone. But when he was using the Philly shell and he was taking the shots, and you can see Phil Hawes, his power just starts to go lower and lower and lower um, as the fight progresses. And it's not. I don't think he's this uppercut. Oh, caught him with a left hook kind of thing, and Phil Hawes was in all sorts of trouble. Caught him with a sharp left hand. It did Curtis, and it was shown in the Imavov fight as well. He doesn't take a shot that well, Phil Hawes. He doesn't take a shot the best. So it's interesting now. It's really, really interesting with Curtis. um, it's really, really interesting now because it kind of throws this whole class of prospects, kind of that whole thing in disarray. Um, yeah. Okay. Chill says, Fab, how big of an impact do you think a certain gym can have? Covington's new gym is pretty unknown compared to other top fighters. It's got nothing to do with it, man. Like it's got to do more with who who is at your camp that you feel comfortable with and that you get the work in that you want. That's the major thing. Like how big the gym is, etc. Doesn't mean anything. Yeah, big fan of Pernell Whitaker. Big fan. Adidas RC says Whitaker looked so good in his last fight that I'm going to back him heavy against Israel. Um, I, I think that fight's tight. I back Rob to beat Israel. The thing is that I think with those two, Israel and Rob, it's always going to end like it's always going to look like one of them's a lot better than the other one whenever they fight. Like I don't think they'll have dogfights because they both hit too hard. I think it'll either finish in a knockout or it could finish in ground and pound or anything like that. I think Rob's a good bet against Israel for sure. I back Rob to beat Israel. Um, I don't think, and this is just me. I'm just saying this. I don't think Gastelum has aged as well as Rob and Israel. So I don't know that win is the same had it have been when Rob and he were going to fight the first time. Having said that as well, I would say to you that Rob matches really, really, really well with Gastelum. I think Rob's a bit of a bigger, faster, more technical version of Gastelum. So that's not a good matchup for Gastelum. So Rob's going to win that one every time, I think. And against Israel, I think it's a fucking tough out for both those guys. I don't think it's an easy fight. I think Rob, honestly, my opinion there, I think Rob's overall just probably a little bit more well-rounded, if I could say that. Um, Israel is phenomenal at certain things, though. You know what I mean? He's very, very. If Rob was to have a straight grappling match with Israel, he would win. He would beat him quite easily. From what I've seen of Israel and what I know of Rob, and I could be wrong though. So forgive me. Having said that, what I was going to say though is you have to be able to get Israel into those positions in a fight. Um, And one of the advantages that Vittori has over Rob is that Rob, I think, is much faster and better striker than Vittori. And Vittori knows this. Vittori knows he's got a good chin, and he can take a shot, and he's got to wrestle. Um, and so Vittori was wrestling at a point in the fight where even if he got Israel down, he wasn't going to win. So it kind of makes the wrestling look a little bit better than it was. I don't know if I'm explaining myself as clearly. Whereas Rob, I think, will be in a position that he will feel he can win this fight at any stage. So I don't know that he'll bet as heavy with his wrestling as Vittori will that late in the fight. Like that late in the fight, Vittori some of the takedowns that he was going for, he wasn't going to win it, even if he got Israel to the ground. So I don't think that Rob would keep pushing the wrestling like Vittori did, if that makes sense. Um, so Sank says, "Am I watching Canelo versus Plant?" I am not, my friend. Greetings from Toronto, Fab. Greetings, sir. Um, okay, I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna skip a few people. Um, sorry, guys. I'm just skipping a few just to kind of catch up to where we're at. Um, Adidas RC says Chandler first round. I'm a Justin fan, but just fancy Chandler. I that fight I don't know, dude. Both guys hit hard. Um both guys are pretty crazy, dude. You know what I mean? I do think though that Chandler can get Gaethje down. I do think he can get Gaethje down and put him on his back. Um, and I don't know if he's going to do that, but I do think that if he's smart, he can do that. You know, he's a good top wrestler too, like good top level. Like if he's on top, he can grapple really, really well. Um, my advice would be to Chandler to put Gaethje on his back. If he starts doing that, I think he's going to win. I think he's going to win. Um, Going back to the question somebody asked about, is it better to? I'm paraphrasing, but is it better to be in a small gym or a big gym? A lot of the times, when people say there's 50 black belts in a gym, like, but you don't. Me personally, I would rather work in a gym where there's like four good black belts that do different things because I can work more extensively and personalized with those guys. You know what I mean? With 50 guys, dude, you're not gonna click with everyone the same. You're not gonna roll with everyone the same. You're not gonna have the same attention. There's a lot of noise there that you're dealing with. Like less people a lot of the times is better. Like I'd say to you, nearly fucking 99.9% of the time. Like when you see the boxers have their own camp, and they'll bring in sparring partners and this and that, but you don't necessarily train in a gym where there's 50 other dudes. So even in the big gyms, you still have your gym within a gym. And I do agree with you that Justin takes too many shots. Yes, uh, I do agree with you that he does take quite a few too many shots. And you can't really do that with a guy that hits as hard as Chandler. If Chandler gets in there and has a dogfight with Justin, that's not going to be fun, and that's going into Justin's game. If he can get Justin, put him on his back, and make Justin work, I back Chandler. If Chandler's going to adopt some of his wrestling into that equation. Um, Adidas, I'm from Scotland. You guys know any Scots in the UFC? Isn't Paul Craig from Scotland? Jordan Fadness says Curtis's shell doesn't look great to me, but I don't know shit. Um, it doesn't have to be great, It just has to put Phil, be able to stop Phil Hawes' shots. If he can do that, then Phil Hawes is going to struggle to as soon as he starts to slow down, and you could see it, like you can see it, he starts to slow down a little bit, and then obviously he's susceptible to being caught like anyone else is. Gary the Goat says, for Iaquinta and Green, I just hope nobody gets hurt, honestly. Man, Green did pretty well against Fiziev, not the other, in his last fight. He didn't do bad. Fabricio Romano says, what are your thoughts on the Rose and Pat Barry's relationship with him grooming her as a 13-year-old while he was 28? I am not aware that that's what occurred. So, and that's a big accusation, man. Like, if something like that were to occur, that's illegal, horrendous, and the rest of it. But I think accusing people of doing that type of shit without like any kind of actual proof is pretty horrendous as well. And the only reason that I read your comment is um, just because I think like being a teacher and having a teaching background in that, like I've seen, like I'm super careful with that. Perception is what kills you every fucking time, even if you didn't do it. And I've just seen male teachers mainly that have put themselves in positions where like you shouldn't have put yourself in that position, but yet they were innocent of what they did. But it's a perception that kills you, you know. And just being accused of that is pretty heavy. I don't know what happened in their relationship. I have no idea. Um, that's WW. The only reason I said that is because of that. Because I think like even when people say that, you know, it's bad. Hanoi Tripper says, Fab, do you think Hamzat dispatches Usman Colby with ease, or they can beat him? I don't know. I don't know because their level, like I think if they were to have a freestyle wrestling match, like I think Hamzat beats him, right? Um, but their wrestling is good enough that it's not going to be one sided. Like that's what people don't get. Like their wrestling's not bad, and they're current wrestlers. It's not like they wrestled and then they just left it and they forgot about it. You know, like they still practice. Usman had a wrestling match not long ago. You know, um, he lost. You know, he's lost some matches, but it doesn't matter. You're still wrestling, and you can see that they're very much wrestlers in how they train in that. So yeah, I don't know. You know, it's a tough one. You know, the other thing that Hamza has is dynamite in his hands, dude. That's a big one as well. He's got dynamite in his hands. He's definitely gonna like attempt to wrestle, but we've never seen um that Iskram fight when he knocked him out, but he had trouble taking him down. He couldn't take him down. The guy that he beat that he knocked out with that uppercut is a European Sambo champion, Russian Sambo champion, and a world Sambo champion. So you know he wasn't able to take him down, and you know they went backwards and forwards with it, and then he was able to catch him and knock him out. And that guy is very, very, very high level fighter. I don't know. I don't know if he just runs through them. I don't think so. I really don't. I think there's some guys that can give him a lot of trouble. You know, I saw in the fight with Jake Matthews when Lee fought him that they went backwards and forwards in the grappling exchanges. You know, and Jake Matthews, I know him personally. He's a great grappler. He's a really good guy, but he's not. That's not his forte necessarily to be that like a grappler of the level of Hamza. So there's a glaring difference there between those two, between Hamzat and Lee's grappling abilities. So I don't know. I don't know that he runs through him. I don't know that he runs through Masvidal. It's going to be very interesting. I don't think he runs through Gilbert Burns. You know, I think Gilbert Burns is a real tough matchup for Hamzat in those first 8 9 minutes. I think 7 8 minutes. That's a fight that I think I would love to see that Gilbert Burns versus Hamzat fight. That's a real interesting fight for me. Um, Pip Dennison says, "Dear Fabi, sorry I'm late. How are you guys? Hey, please go to um, I'll tell you now, and I'm not sure. I haven't done this before. I'm going to try and do it today. Color cast at 1 p.m. and I'm going to be doing the a podcast there, like simultaneously. This podcast on there as well. So if you want to interact after 1 p.m., try and interact through their medium as well. I think it's audio only on Colorcast. I'm going to do my best. I've never done this before, so I'm going to try. It's madness, I tell you, madness. So what do we got? Added SRC's Hanoi. If Colby is fit and hungry, then it's 50-50. If it's a payday, then Usman round two, in my opinion. Yeah, that's true. Chill says, I was just surprised when Colby moved to a gym in my hometown. Nothing good comes out of here. Um, Joe Schmo says, what's your opinion, Fab, on the characters people pick? It's getting like WWE. To be honest with you, dude, I don't really watch all the other stuff. I watch past fights. I like following the fights. I'm a big fight fan, but I'm not big on the bullshit and that. Like I really aren't. I am not, you know. So I don't know, and I think the characters sell fights, I suppose, and so yeah. WW says I watched Colby and Usman's first fight today. Noticed Colby landed a lot of very light 1-2 inch punches. Do you think judges care for that, and have you advised fighters to fight like that? I generally don't tell fighters like that type of stuff would be their own thing, you know. Not everyone fights the same, but it just depends, man. It just depends. Like I don't think from memory, I haven't seen the fight for a bit. Um, I don't think Colby did bad in that fight. You know what I mean? It was a close fight, but Usman, you know, started to get away from him towards the end, and then landed. Obviously, there's a few big shots on Colby. Colby showed off a really good chin. It's just going to be interesting what tactics are employed in this fight. You know, because both these guys have really good high level grappling that they can employ if they so choose. Um, Gary the Goat says, what's more disturbing is Dana's insistence on Nate versus Hamza next. Um, what's more disturbing is Dana's insistence on Nate versus Hamza next. Again, it might not be as crazy as you think, you know what I mean? Because you haven't seen um, Hamza out past the second round, you know what I mean? It'd be interesting if you make that a 5 rounder, you know what I mean? I think that Hamza beats Nate quite handedly, my opinion. But having said that, I'd pay to watch that fight. How's it, Uncle Fab? Hope you and the Ohana are doing good. Aloha, brother. Right back at you, sir. Thank you so much. Um, Adidas says just a Nate payday. I think so. Nate versus Hamza would be horrible and will make me cry. I would watch that fight, dude, because you got to understand something. This is something that you have to understand. Hamza is still an enigma. You get what I mean? Because you still haven't seen what happens with him if someone's actually not. Don't say, please don't say to me, "Oh, he got to the second round." No, it's not. That's not what I mean. I want to see him fight someone that can put up resistance later into that fight. Um, One thing you got to give Nate is that he's very durable and he has very, very good jiu-jitsu and he's got crisp boxing. So um, it would be an interesting fight. I would definitely favor Hamza just because he's a bigger guy. He's a great wrestler. I don't see him getting taken down by Nate at all. Um, I'm sure he'd be able to deal with Nate on the ground to a certain level for sure. Um, and he's definitely the more powerful of the two. But what happens if 3.5 rounds in, he hasn't finished Nate and he starts to gas? That's how a lot of Nate Diaz fights go. So I'm interested in it. Um, Roadman, hey, with the whole thing, I'm just going to say something. I don't put any more stuff about Pat Barry and Rose Namajunas on there, please. Um, I as a teacher, as a coach, as a father of two girls, do not, by any stretch of the imagination, condone any sort of grooming. This isn't the forum with which to address this, by the way. Um, so please stop putting it up on my feed. But also like accusations of it. If it didn't happen, and I don't know that if it happened or not, I'm just saying that to you. I don't know. are bad, real bad as well. Um, uh, yeah, I'll put color cast on this. So please, guys, get that app if you can, because at 1 o'clock I'm going to be on there, and I want the interactions to be on color cast. So I'll put it up again. Color cast. Um, Adidas RC's Wonder Boy. Wonder Boy fight again. See, there's another one. But Wonder Boy, I think that Hamza will get him down. You get what I mean? I do think that he'll get him down, and I think that that's one of those fights where Hamza won't even fuck around. Like he knows not to be on the feet with Wonder Boy. He's not stupid, and he's gonna do. It'll be one of those fights, and no matter what, he's just gonna go wrestle, and he'll get him down. And I think he'll create a big problem for Wonder Boy on the ground. The Gilbert Burns fight, however, is what happens if and when he gets Gilbert Burns on the ground. You know, Gilbert Burns' level of jiu-jitsu is super high. Very high, you know. World champion. And he has some wins over some stellar competition in the jiu-jitsu world. There's no fucking joke. And not an easy feat. So, and he's still current with his jiu-jitsu, still competes in jiu-jitsu. Bronze medalist at Abu Dhabi, like a fucking high level guy. So that won't be all Hamzat's way on the grappling. And on the feet, Burns has proper power, you know, proper power. And he throws it with impunity, especially in those first 5 minutes, because he knows that if you take him down, if he overcommits, if you take him down, he'll back himself with his jiu-jitsu. I'd be really interested to see what happens after that, those first 7 minutes. Those first 7 minutes, he's the thing. That's all we've seen of Hamzat. But in those first 7 minutes is when Gilbert Burns is the most dangerous. Joe Schmo says, good on you, Fab. Thank you, but I don't know exactly what you're saying good on to me for, but I appreciate it, my friend. Um, Burns Woodley's first round was crazy. Yes, it was. I think Woodley, again, at that time, by the time Burns fought him, and I'm not trying to take anything away from Burns, I'm a big fan of Burns. And I'm a fan of Woodley too. I like Woodley. But Woodley wasn't Woodley by the time Burns fought him, if you know what I mean. Um, Usman, Grand Combatant, Usman fight start. 1 p.m. Grand Combatant. WW says, Fab, I really appreciate you taking the time to answer questions from fight fans. My appreciation for fighters and fighting has grown through you. Thank you, sir. Guys, we're off here. Bobby Green and Iaquinta. I was at the back of a fight, at the back of the fights, and I think it was a Dan Hooker fight, and Dan Hooker lost against Dan Hooker beat Iaquinta, and Iaquinta went mad, went fucking proper mad. Um, Bobby Green has got a really awkward style too, man. Predrag Jovic says, from 1 to 10, what is the quality of Hamzat's grappling? Fucking 9 out of 10. You know what I mean? Very high level grappler. Very high level grappler. Very high level grappler. I can tell you that 100%. Um, Eli Clutch says, "How hey Fab, how's everything, champion? Good, mate. Everything's going pretty good. Super busy though. 4 minutes to go. I missed the time, guys, so don't worry about the time here. 4 minutes to go in this first round. Bobby Green. Oh, Bobby Green leans a 2-1 on Hello Quinta. Bobby Green standing in the southpaw stance. Aloe Quinta trying to find a way in, but Bobby Green definitely the faster with the hands. I was impressed with him against Fiziev, to be honest with you, and I favor him in this fight. I actually favor him in this fight. I think his striking is a fair bit better than it has been in the past. He's able to roll out of the punches better. And I think Aloe Quinta's inactivity has probably gotten to him a little bit. Um, Bobby Green's doing a good shoulder roll out of the way of those punches. A lot of showboatmanship, but he is beating Al to the punch. Hits him with a nice little check hook over the top with the right hand, does green. Iaquinta still coming forward, doubles up on the jab. Oh, he drops Iaquinta. Iaquinta's in all sorts of trouble. He dropped him. Iaquinta's out. He's done. He's going to be finished here. He's in a lot of trouble. He's pulled guard. He's getting hammered. Absolute huge hammer fist. Bobby Green with a very, very impressive finish. Nice work. Okay. A Hungarian hustler says, "Good morning, Fab and Fair One people. What a card we are blessed with today. I've got to watch this. So off to the pub it is. Have a great day. Adios." Um, okay. Now Bobby's very good, man. WW says, "Ignore this. Fab is a fighting expert, not a law or relationship expert. What are we doing here?" No, I fucking agree with that one. Um, so yeah, it's fucking stupid. Chill says, "We watching fights or TMZ?" Yeah, I'm not. This is not the podcast to do this on. This is not the thing. WW says that's what you get for being a landlord. Man, that was such an impressive little win by Bobby Green. I was very impressed with him against Fiziev. I honestly was. Like, there was I was very impressed with him actually. I'll be back in 1 second, guys. New York 0-2. I'm a fan of both these guys. The fight I'm looking forward to is coming up now. This is my main event. Is the Alex Pereira fight. Um, he is a brutal, terrifying striker, and we're going to finish super early. These prelims. I'm going to finish these prelims super early. It's been nothing but stoppages, and I don't see this fight going the distance. Like, I mean, I'd be very surprised if I think like if if Alex Pereira's grappling is bad enough that Andreas Michailidis takes him down early, then like early and over again, or able to control him on the ground, then Michailidis is who's actually has quite his jiu-jitsu is quite good. I think he was like European champion if I'm not mistaken. Um, so his jiu-jitsu's good. Um, so I think if he's able to do that and take him down easily without wearing a lot of damage, then he's going to finish Alex. If not, I think Alex is gonna hurt him. I think the difference with Alex and Israel, I think Israel's a little lighter on his feet with the way he moves. Israel has a few. Yeah, he's just a little lighter on his feet. He kind of fights. He's a more natural counter striker than what Alex is. Where Alex is a mean dude that comes forward. So I think I think it's going to be interesting to see how he deals with this. That's what I think. Andreas has a lot of experience in fights. He's a good grappler, so I'm interested. I'm very interested. Um, have I seen Pereira fight live? I have not. Um, nah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think he's a good grappler, but he's not a great wrestler. He's not a great wrestler. Um, AY says, how do you feel about forcing people to get vaccinated or they can't hold a job? Pretty sick violation of basic human rights. Um, again, this isn't the forum to have this debate, but the only thing I will say on this kind of shit is like, I think there's a lot of people talk about stuff like there's a difference between like my opinion on something, you know what I mean, or what I would like to do, and whether I have the knowledge or the education to actually give a proper opinion on it. You know what I mean? Like I can like something or not like something, or think something or not think something, but I might not understand what the fuck I'm talking about. You know what I mean? So they're very different things. Um, and again, whilst I don't think that what Sasank said, a hardcore grappler, I don't think Andreas Michailidis is a bad grappler at all. You know what I mean? He's got very good jiu-jitsu. And is it Bushesha level? No, it's not Bushesha level. But he's a very good grappler. I think the problem with him is not the jiu-jitsu part of it. He is actually quite a good jiu-jitsu player. But the problem is going to be in his wrestling because he hasn't got the best wrestling, and without that level of wrestling, he's going to struggle to actually do something, to actually be able to deploy his jiu-jitsu skills. Marshall Smarter says, "What's up? We are here for the final Fair One podcast before a baby hiatus." Yeah, man. Look, I'm gonna try to keep it going, but like I said earlier, and thank you for joining us, Marshall Smartest. Like I said earlier, it's gonna be a little bit difficult. Um, and like a lot of the projects that I had lined up, not being was working behind the scenes during COVID. I was working really, really hard with a whole bunch of different projects, and obviously, like there was all hitting brick walls. Obviously, things were, we were in lockdown and things were shut down, so I wasn't able to get them going. But then now, in the last week or so, a lot of those things have started to come to fruition. So, whilst I wasn't financially, getting paid for a lot of the work, it was just staying in the background, and now it's definitely come to fruition in that sense. So um, it's hard to balance all of that, the baby renovations for a new place and that. Um, thank you so much. So that's been really really difficult. I so I don't know, like even like today, I honestly like we've been up all night. My wife, my daughter has a cold, so she had fever last night, and it's been a fucking mess. I forgot it was Sunday, to be honest with you. So we're gonna try and do and keep it going as much as possible. But yeah, let's see what happens. By the way, if you can, guys, go on Colorcast. I'm not exactly sure. I'm gonna try to send the link clearer, but that's an app that if you could download, that would be great because I'm going to also be putting this podcast on that as well. I'm gonna have this sandwich so that I don't get hungry halfway through the main event. Marshall Smartest the Legend says, "Well, I'm hoping the best for you, and if you pop on here, I have my notification set up for you." I really appreciate that, guys. I really, really do, man. I want to do the podcast. I enjoy doing it. I love hanging out with you guys. So, I mean, we got to try it. Marshall Smarter says, "I got a German Shepherd puppy. This thing is like a baby. It's close. I'm telling you, like, and I don't mean like it's like 10% like having a baby, which is not small. I think it's a big percentage, and it's really good training. My wife and I got a Cane Corso pup before we got the baby before we had the babies, and honestly, it was good training." Joseph says, "Coach, since we're in this space now, how do you solve world hunger, and what are your thoughts about the struggles in Tibet?" That's what I mean. Hey, like people ask stuff that who cares what I think anyways. Like it's not like I'm, the director of the WHO of the World Health Organization or anything. I'm a nobody. Um, Marshall Smartest says before the stalk came by. Yeah, something like that. Marshall Smartest. Pip Dennison says any news on the Ike versus DeVito fight for 2022? Man, I've called for that fight. I want that fight. Him or Morgan Freeman, either or. I'm ready to go. If Morgan Freeman weighs 185 on the day, I'm willing to give up 5 pounds. Of the two, I've always had bigger problems, like with short, stockier guys. Always have, when grappling or wrestling and that. So I'd prefer Morgan Freeman than Danny DeVito. Danny DeVito's body type would be hard to get people like that to grapple against. So Sank says, we'll make Fab the president of the US. AY says, I'm going to stop with you, AI. I'm going to stop with you, mate. The one that I'm really interested in, the main fight for me, is this Alex Pereira fight. I want to see how he goes. I'm a fan of his, man. His story is fucking crazy too, man. He's got a really crazy story. So I'm on that bandwagon super hard. Joe Schmo says, what do you think of the Gladys scenario? Todd says, I heard Morgan knocked Brad Pitt's bollocks in on the set of Seven. I doubt it. I doubt it. But if it's true, I'll take that fight. 100%. I'll take that fight. They're the fights I want. Morgan Freeman, Danny DeVito, um, Meryl Streep. Who else? I can't really think of a lot of other guys that I'll take that fight. Marshall Smarter says, I have pizza, dumbbells, and a German Shepherd puppy. Time for a night of UFC. German Shepherd puppies are cool because they've got energy. I had a Mastiff puppy and just slept, and cried, slept and cried. That's it. You know, Usman's face, when I see it, his actual like face there when he's like clean shaven, he looks exactly the same as what he would have looked like as a little kid. Like I can really see him as a little kid. Um, Chill says, Fab, you got to get in the cage with Stephen A. Smith. Too young, man. He's way too young. Like he's still someone that could, put up a good defense, I think. Joseph says, I've got nothing against Stephen A. Smith, but what is he doing commentating MMA? Zed Mook says, Fab, you beautiful empanada. It's been a while. How are you? I'm good, my friend. I'm good. Jordan says, man, how are you going to compete with Stephen A. Smith's analysis? What I find interesting is, and good for him, he's still got the job. I'll be back, mate. I'll be back. Ah, chill. I don't know Stephen A. Smith. Does he have a striking background or something? Like what's his go? So I haven't seen it. I really don't know. Zedmuk says, Fab, would you utilize the Manari roll and then ankle pick the shit out of Stephen A. Smith? My knees are so bad, man, that I don't think I'll be doing any Imanari rolls or ankle picking. I just have to honestly, at this stage, because I'm assuming he'd have very good takedown defense, I would be having a bite down on the mouth guard, close my eyes, and just turn the fans on, mate. Turn the washing machine on and just go for it. Go for it. Someone's going to get knocked out. As the late, great Kevin Randleman said, 5 minutes. The fight will be over in 5 minutes. If he's not running, then it's going to be over in 5 minutes. Um, Joseph says Stephen A commentating about MMA is like Coach Fab commentating on British Bake Off. So it's charismatic and informative. Good for you, Stephen A. Smith. Chill says, laugh out loud. There was a clip of him hitting the pads terribly that got memed hard. Oh, I see. Um, Marshall Smarter says he had a fight set up for DeVito and it fell through due to some money thing, but he was smashing pads at hip height. Zed Mook says, nah, Stephen A just talks for a living. High school basketball, and that's it, I'm pretty sure. Joseph says the only Minari roll coach will be doing is from a sushi place. That is true, my friend. That is true. They're the only Minari rolls I have. So now I think they're just taking a long time in between the the fights because of it's been nothing but finishes. The UFC, one thing they do really, really well, I'll give them mad credit for this, is they've got their like everything down to a T, man. When you're at the back, everything's fucking perfect. It really is. They got everything. There's no messing about. Like everything is on point. Everything's on point. Pip Dennison says storm is brewing outside. Perfect arbor to hang with the Fair One crew. Thank you, sir. Do you have general prepared advice for fighters that are scared? You will need to define what scared is, and this is a legitimate question, because it's not that it's not like a binary answer. So you need to define what scared is. Steve Booth says, "G'day Fab. Even with no knees, you would absolutely destroy Stephen A. Smith." You don't know, man. You don't know. Who knows? Zenmuk says, "Fab, you were setting up a multi. Who would you pick?" I got Chandler, Weili, and Covington. Only one that I probably, and I'm not even saying I disagree with you. The only one that I would probably bet, if I had to bet, would be probably Chandler. And even then, I don't know that he beats Gaethje. I just think that he's got dynamite in his hands. Gaethje gets hit a bit, and he's got the ability to be able to put Gaethje on his back. That's all I fucking know. You know. Okay, Zenmuk says being scared, nervous before a competition is good, I reckon. Yeah, but it was Zenmuk that asked that originally. No, that was WW that asked that. Yeah. See, I think that being scared is not the same as being nervous, though. Because and also being scared and being scared of what? Because a lot of times you're not scared of the fight necessarily. You might be scared of an outcome. You might be scared of a financial outcome. You might be scared of how you're going to look in front of people. It's very broad. So you generally the conversation isn't the one just before the fight, that changes everything. It's like my coaching style, anyways, because generally I'll know that person well by the time I'm cornering them, or if I'm one of the main corner guys. If I'm not, I won't say anything. It's not my place to. But if I'm one of the main guys, then I'll know the person. You know what I mean? And so we would have spoken about those things way before that. You know what I mean? Way before that. Just however you interpret that. I mean, afraid, not nervous energy. Yeah, like I said, WW. It depends on what you're afraid of. That's a big thing. Is like, are you afraid of the other guy or fighting the other guy? I've never really encountered that. I've encountered people being afraid of circumstance, afraid of X, Y, and Z, and you usually talk about it in the weeks leading up to it. You know what I mean? And you might have some key words to help them focus on something else. Dialectical behavioral therapy a lot of the times is really good. You know what I mean? Like stuff like coloring in stuff or whatever takes your mind away from it. Depends on the person. It really depends. Um, really excited. I like Alex Pereira. He's a no nonsense tough dude, man. No nonsense, proper tough, mean dude. I like that. Pacalet says I'm trashy, so of course I love the Diaz brothers, but honestly, I think Hamzat would run through Nate, even if they have equal skill. Hamzat is much bigger, and with his style, that's a major issue. Agreed. Rapachi says sandwich looks good. Thank you, sir. Marshall Smarter says first day of ADCC today couldn't go because of border shutdown. Set to open up a day after the event. Great luck. Laugh out loud. Sorry to hear that, Marshall Smartest. I would have liked to have seen and or heard of you compete. WW says thanks, Fab. Again, sometimes your unsure answers are most informative because fighting is so variable. Of course, yeah, man. People are scared. Like, say in the UFC, it's like you could be 15 and 15, like 15 grand to show up, 15 grand to win. That's a big financial difference. You lose, it's 15 grand, dude. You're not even fucking paying rent. You're not even covering your costs of getting your corner over there and that. So are you scared of that? You know what I mean? Are you scared of the fact that, you maxed out a credit card before you got here? There's there's a lot of things that actually add to the being scared, and there's a difference between that and being nervous. Um, and how people act and what they do, it doesn't mean anything. And also being scared doesn't mean anything. And being scared, like when people go, GSP was scared before fights, or even he might say it. That's how he's articulating that feeling. But there's also a like you can like I got mates that surf big waves. Yeah, they get scared, but they've also got the skills to be able to deal with that fear. It's not the same as me being scared of big waves because I will die. There's no fucking chance of me surviving Chopu. There's fucking none. Zero. I'm gonna fucking die. I'm gonna drown. But guys that have the appropriate equipment and they know how to surf and they've surfed big waves, you're still scared when you're going over the lip of the wave, but it's not the same thing. So GSP being scared and people go, oh yeah, he's not scared in the same way that you are. You know what I mean? It's anticipation, it's nerves, it's anxiety. You know what I mean? He's scared of outcomes. What are people going to think? Blah blah blah. Of course, he doesn't want to get hurt, but it's not like if they rang me tomorrow and says, "Hey Fab, you got to fight fucking anyone. You got to fight Gastelum." There's, he's gonna kill me. You know what I mean? He's gonna fucking kill me. It's not that I'm just scared of the outcome or my financial thing. This guy's gonna fuck me up bad. Different kind of fear. It's not the same fear that people are thinking. Um, it's Fumble says Justin is taller. Didn't think by much, but after face-off difference was noticeable. Could that help him a ton in wrestling? Justin's a good wrestler, dude. Justin's a good wrestler, but he hasn't. His wrestling has not been at the forefront of his fighting for a long, long time, for a very long time. Guys, I'm super pumped for this fight, man. I'm super, super pumped. We are off. They meet in the middle. Alex Pereira steps out of the way of Andreas' leg kick and answers with one of his own. Very relaxed is Pereira. This does not bode well for Michailidis with a guy like Pereira just moving and being able to find his range and settle into a good striking range. It's not fun. Having said that, though, you know, Michailidis is not a slouch. He hits hard. He throws a spinning heel kick that creates a lot of problems as well. Not creates a lot of problems, but he can catch you out. And he's game to throw stuff. Right hand by Alex Pereira goes missing. Nice and deep is Michailidis on that takedown. What's going to happen here? His hands are locked. Is Alex Pereira going to be able to keep this on the feet? This is going to be telling as to not only how the fight will go, but also how the rest of Alex's career can go. And Michailidis gets it to the ground. Pereira still hasn't given up the takedown, though. Alex still hasn't given up the takedown. And whilst he's still putting his hand out, he's still defending here. He's still defending. This takedown is not finished by any stretch of the imagination. Michailidis has moved up. He wants to get his head above Pereira's head, but he hasn't been able to do that right now. And Alex is going to get his head. He's going to get back up. He's going to get his head up, and he's going to get back up. Is Andreas going to be able to keep riding him up against the cage in this fashion? I'm not sure. Pereira's looking for a little Kimura there. But nice. One hook is in from Andreas. Alex is doing a good job of not capitulating the takedown. That's one thing he's doing well. He's getting back to his feet. He's staying calm. He got him deep for that takedown, did Michailidis. But this takes a lot of energy from both guys. But there's a difference with someone like Andreas right now. He's also having to hang on, like he's hanging on to Alex, and Alex can kind of more or less see this round out. He is carrying Michailidis's weight, but Michailidis is also having to hold on quite tight with his arms, and that starts to burn out your arms as well. And it's not like the striking is close if they're actually standing up. Alex is looking for a Kimura here, and he's able to use that to get back his back onto the cage, which is very, very good. From here, he needs to frame with that right arm of his. He needs to frame. He needs to frame across the neck. Michailidis fighting to get that body lock, but he's got the double unders. He's looking for the trip. He's starting to struggle now. This is going to be a problem, I think, now for him. He hasn't been able to get Alex down again. There's 1 minute and 27 seconds to go in this first round. They will break and they will start from standing again. And he's exerting a lot of energy, a lot of energy trying to get Alex down. The referee breaks him, which I'm always against the breaks. He's exerting a huge amount of energy there. Alex once again with a big 1-2, and Michailidis goes. Michailidis with a nice little combination lands on Alex. But he's exerting a huge amount of energy to try and get Alex down. And to just hold him up against the cage is exerting a lot of energy. And see, this is the difference. Like, when people talk about like when you see like Michailidis is doing exactly what he has to do to win, and he will keep doing this right up until he can't win the fight, and right now he's doing all right. But if the striking was closer, you probably wouldn't see him doing this. You know what I mean? It's a bit ironic. But this also takes a huge toll on you. It's not easy with he's definitely using a lot of strength to keep Alex up against the cage. A lot of strength, like a lot of strength. Those isometric contractions that you do when you're holding someone up against the cage, if you're using that amount of strength, and you're not actually moving the person, takes a lot out of you. And he landed that right hand too, did Alex? Not flush, but it wouldn't have felt good. He does have one-stop shop power, and it's not easy to fight someone that's like their whole thing is going to be, I'm going to charge into you and push you into the cage. Like there is no anything else that Andreas is doing, and that's good. That's good for him. We're about to kick off again. And when you start to slow down, even a little bit against someone like Alex, it's bad. Here comes a right high kick by Alex. Alex slips out of the way so well. Oh, shit! What a fucking huge knee! He drops him with a massive knee! Flying knee! Welcome to the UFC. Alex Pereira, my God! And that's when he dropped his headman for that double leg again, and Alex hit him with a scissor knee, with a left knee. My God! Welcome to the UFC, Mr. Alex Pereira. What a monster! 50 grand. I don't know. 50 grand for sure. Wow. Boom. Jesus, man. And you know what? The guy didn't even drop his level that much. I thought he dropped his level a lot more. And I'm gonna give Andreas a little star here, like a little star, because somehow that didn't knock him out. That should have killed him. Like he was still he wasn't okay by any stretch of the imagination, but he wasn't out. He should have been dead, dude. My God. Alex Pereira is a monster, dude. And like I said, it's a different thing, man. Like when you're fighting someone that's just trying to push you like that against the cage, it's very, very different to you like fighting someone that's gonna mix it up and do different things. But the there's huge difference between the two. And that right hand that he got him with didn't even seem like he got him flush, and it just moused up his eye, you know. I hope he keeps working on his grappling. I hope he keeps working on his grappling. Um, he's a dangerous, dangerous, terrifying man. I like him, mate. He's like a no nonsense dude. I've always liked him. No nonsense, hard as you like, hard as nails, man. Um, yeah, it's fumble says he brushed his face bad with the little punches in the clinch. Yeah, and there was a 1-2 that he kind. Is that Conan Silveira? No, is it? No, I thought that was Conan. Man, I was like, no. Um, wow. I hope he keeps working on his grappling. I really do. I'd hate to see there was. He needs to work more on his grappling and that I think, and on his movement, but um, dangerous, dangerous man. Dangerous, 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 dangerous man. And he touches you and hurts you, man. He's a no nonsense dude, man. Wow, wow. Alex, wild photo taker, just tuning in. Who won? Alex hurt him bad. Lucas Rivers says his takedown defense on the fence was surprisingly good. No, it wasn't bad. It was good. And like I was saying to you before, like when when he when you're fighting someone that all they want to do is hold you, it's it's like you can be a decent grappler if you grapple a guy that's physically strong and all he wants to do is hold you. Like he doesn't want to roll. Like he's not rolling with you. He's just holding you. It's fucking hard, dude. It's hard. Like you don't have to be that good to be able to. If I roll with someone and they're good grappler, and all I go, you know what, 5 minutes, I'm just gonna hold them. I'm not grappling with them. I'm just holding them and stalling and stalling. It's hard. It's hard for them to grapple. And if you're going to fight someone that what they want to do is push you against the cage and not let you fight and hold you as tight as they can, it's hard, man. It's really, really hard. And Andreas did that. And Andreas did that for a reason because he's not stupid. But even then, like, there's only so long that you can do that for. So yeah. Wild Photo Taker says, thank you. New subscriber. Thank you, sir. Grumia says, dude looks better than the average kickboxer that transitions to MMA. Good takedown defense. I, I tell you now that he's not, first of all, he's very far from the average kickboxer. He's more like the kickboxer. And whilst Gokun Saki and guys like that were really, really good kickboxers, um, he, like Israel had more MMA fights than this guy did. But he, like Israel, have had a lot of MMA fights prior. Granted, he'd had like 4 or 5, but they were very spaced out. So they gave him a lot of time to work on his grappling as well. Um, so there's a few of those things. One is he's superbly good at kickboxing, but he's also had enough time to hone a lot of his kickboxing to make it MMA ready, and he's also been able to work on his grappling as well. So it's interesting. Um, see, Stephen Morgan, I don't know. Like I like Alex Pereira a lot. I think that right now Israel's command of the octagon and Israel's right now I'm not talking about in a year, but right now Israel's command of the octagon and his ability to move and just be aware of how to manipulate that space changes a lot of the aspects against Alex. You know what I mean? Uh, Stephen Morgan says also, Fab, how are you? I'm good, mate. I'm good. Matt says, such a nice knee. Only paid $1.72 KO, but I still bet it. Nice takedown defense for a kickboxer early in his MMA career. Yeah. Yeah, no, he definitely did well, man. Like I was very, very impressed by him. Obviously, I still think he can work a little bit more on his grappling and everything, and I'm sure that he will. He's no idiot, and I'm really excited to see some big things happen there in that division. He's not a kid though. You know what I mean? This is the other thing. He's 34, 35 years old. So and then like Israel's what 32, 33, Rob's 31, something like that. And in December he'll be 31, I think. I think he'll be 31, yeah, because yeah, I'm like 10 years older. So these guys are younger, I don't know how they're all going to age respectively, in the next year or two, because age gets you in different ways, different times, different people. Hanoi Tripper says that is one thing that those kickboxers do because they kick. It's different the way they kick to a lot of the MMA guys. They don't necessarily load up a lot of on a lot of their kicks, but they kick so smooth, so fast. You don't see them coming. They set things up really, really well. Because in kickboxing and Muay Thai, if you like if and when you load up, it's because you've set it up really, really well and you're able to land the shot. But if you just kick like willy nilly, like just like people go, why don't they calf kick more in Muay Thai? If you just throw a calf kick bad and it's like throw it hard, dudes can check. They're really, really, really good at checking, and they're also in a particular stance, and that stance is favors you being able to check. Whereas in MMA, you'll have guys from a wrestling background that aren't familiar with checking, that have their weight distributed differently. You'll have boxers that their foot is more on a 45-degree angle and leaves them susceptible to leg kicks, hence the Imavov fight. So there's differences there. Joseph says, to be fair, you haven't aged a bit, coach. Thank you, sir. Um, Sub says, Alex Pereira needs to fight Sean Strickland next. I think Sean's a bit of a step up for Alex. I'd like to see Alex have a few more fights like on his way up. I'd like to see him fight some of the guys we saw fight tonight. You know what I mean? Um, I'd be more interested in them bringing him along with 2 or 3 more fights against these types of guys rather than him going straight up into a Strickland type character, or a Brunson or a Manson, or guys like that are more versed with their grappling. They're more versed with the fight game. I'd like to see him fight um, maybe an Imavov. That would be an interesting fight, although I'd strongly favor Pereira in that fight. Um, but yeah, I'd like to see him fight. Well, Chris Curtis might be an interesting fight again against him. I feel Hawes, one of those guys I think would be a good fight for him, as opposed to seeing him fight up the food chain. Um, Chill says wrestlers will give him trouble, but he's insanely athletic and has crazy power. Can potentially beat anyone. I think so as well. I think if you give him enough time to come up and not throw him in with some hardcore wrestlers that are going to hold him down. Like a Brunson wouldn't be a good fight for him today. I'd like to see him fight Brunson maybe in a year's time. But yeah. Is Pereira in the top of the crop when it comes to kickboxing? Don't know much about kickboxing. Andreas, he is pretty much the fucking ants pants of kickboxing. He lost his last fight, but he lost it to a very good guy, and he was already on his way to MMA. Alex versus Costa, like again, the only thing with Costa is that he'll know that he has to grapple him. You know what I mean? But striking wise, like it's different fucking level, dude. Different level. Marshall Smart says German volume training for biceps. Those who say biceps are unathletic have not held back control with tough chokes for 2 minutes. That is true. Hanoi Tripper says, do you think Rockhold would want to fight Alex now before he gets too much better? Yeah, he'd want to fight him today if he could. It's Fumble says him versus Costa would be easy way straight to the top, I think. Yeah, but I think that's my point. I think he needs to have some like needs to have some time to be able to put his skills together and come up. Like I don't think you want to push him too early, too quickly. All right, we are going to be moving right along to these fights. Um, Sorry, guys, I just have to find this on my computer. Just a second. Maybe can you find this for me? Take this team up. Take it to him up, please. The just go and color, whatever. Thanks, baby. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I'm all about I'm more interested in seeing him level out his game as opposed to just throwing him in with guys that are already in there, and it makes a big difference, dude. If you understand like the takedowns, you understand the octagon, you understand being in there and all of that. This was a really good debut, and it couldn't have gone any better for him. I think the fact that Andreas was trying to grapple him like that was really, really good. It really allowed him to feel that in the cage. Because it's different to feeling it in training. Um, he stayed very calm, man. He stayed very calm in there. So yeah, I want to see him against one of these other guys that are up and coming. Like I said, like one of the guys that won today, maybe Curtis or Imavov. I'd like to see him fight one of those guys. Maybe there's some other guys in there, but I wouldn't want to throw him in there. Tavares would be a good matchup for him as well. Again, I still think it's a little early to to throw him to the wolves like that, so to speak. Not that these guys aren't tough, but it's against another up and comer. I think is good. Marshall Smarter says it's tough seeing another guy used as a stepping stone. Yes, it is, but sometimes that backfires. You know what I mean? And it's also um, an opportunity sometimes for guys to make a name for themselves. Like the guys that have beat like a Gokhan Saki, for instance. Um, yeah, they've been able to really benefit off Gokhan's name. That kind of thing. Yeah. Um, Here's something. Colby needs to lay off the blue steel, says Marshall Smartest. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know too much because I don't follow a lot of what is happening outside of the actual fight. So yeah, I do sincerely miss you guys. With I won't be on here for a little bit. Um, yeah, it's getting pretty crazy, man. The kids and everything, like it's insane, man. My daughter yesterday, she had a fever and she did her best to cough on me as much as possible. She does this thing where she like rubs her nose on my nose, and just before I did the podcast, she comes up and goes, "I'd like to rub her nose," and she rubs her nose, put snot all over me. It's not fun, mate. It's not fun. I get treated the way I get treated in this household. Help me. James Hannell says, "Did you see Beast Boys will kick KO?" I did not. Um, Marshall Smarter says, "Why hasn't that been a COVID meme?" Yeah, yay. I was talking to a mate of mine, and like I didn't know this had happened when we were kids. I had a mate that was doing first year law back in the day, and I had another mate who was a really good like athlete, really really good. He ended up playing like Division 1 basketball in the US, and went to went and played in Europe. Anyways, he got this girl called him. This is like circa 1999, 2000. Look, this girl called him to go up to. This is story of the week, maybe by the way. He got this girl called him to go up to the Central Coast, which is like 2 hours away, and she had promised him a threesome, and so he drove up there. And this is the athlete guy, and he's not very bright. He's not a very bright guy. Fucking gun athlete, not a very bright guy. The girl promised him a threesome, so he went up there. And when he got there, it wasn't the other girl didn't turn up, the one that would have made up the threesome. And so he just had sex with the one girl, right? And then when he came back down, like sometime later, the girl called him and said, I'm pregnant, right? And he freaked out. And he went to my mate who was first year law, and he's not a lawyer, by the way. Now this guy's gone on to do some other things. But he called him up and he goes, I need to talk to you. Let's call him Benny. He goes, I need to talk to you, Benny. He goes, fuck, I need to call you, blah, 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 blah. And Benny said, okay, well, tell me what happened, what's wrong, da, da, da. And the guy's like, yes, I want to, it's entrapment. She's entrapped me. She fucking raped me. She's entrapment. Blah, 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 blah. And my mate's like, what are you talking about? Well, slow down, what's going on here? I don't fucking know. I'm first year law. I don't think it's. This is what happened. He explained the story. My mate had said to him, look, I'm first year law, but pretty sure that's not being raped. You weren't raped. And he goes, what about the fact that she's pregnant? She's pregnant, and I only had sex with her only because she promised me a threesome, and now I've impregnated her under false pretenses. That's entrapment. Needless to say, that went nowhere. I just thought of this because my mate, the pre-law guy, he actually saw me the other day and he was telling me about it, asked me if I was aware of it. But there you go. For anyone that's gone through a certain thing like that, that is not rape, nor is it entrapment. Just so you know, you never know with these things. But if you don't know, in the words of the great Biggie Smalls, now you know. Just a sec, people. What happened, baby? How are you, people? I'm just trying to find something. Oh, it was his kid, Marshall Smartest. It was his. It was. It was real. I'm sorry for ruining your set. I'm just sharing that story because that was actually told to me. I have another dumbass fucking story like that. I was sitting in a car when I was 19, and I had two dumbass mates. Both, I don't know where they are now in their life. They're not listening to this podcast. I know that for sure. But yeah, they were dumbasses, And the guy was arguing because he was saying one of them was worried about whether he impregnated someone, and the other guy's listening to him, and he goes, "You're an idiot." He goes, "You're fucking stupid. What you blew inside? Of course you're gonna fucking make her pregnant. You fucking idiot." And I was just sitting there watching him, just listening to this story because these guys are dumb as fuck, and not by choice, dude. Like I actually drove through there the other day from where I grew up, and it was like it's been a lot. It's been gentrified a lot now, but it was like really lower income housing and like a lot of rough kids around. Anyways, and this guy's like, whenever I'm happy, and I'm paraphrasing that it's not how they speak, but he goes, whenever I'm having sex and I feel like I'm gonna blow, he goes, I just put her on top. And he goes, that way, he goes, when I blow, his gravity, he has gravity. He has can't get her pregnant if she's on top. And and I was like, fuck these guys. These guys are fucking retarded. And needless to say, both of them have like 4 kids each or something like that, but they didn't even make it out of their 20s before they had like 4 kids each. So not the brightest tools in the shed, but A lot of cool stories coming from those idiots. That's a real story, by the way. That is a real story. Just a second, guys. Just a second. I've got to make sure. Um, Marshall Smarter says that guy gets a gold star. Uh, Marshall Smarter says story time, maybe next time. Yeah, mate. There's a few good ones out there, man. A few special fucking cases that I grew up with. You know, like I said, Jordan Fatness says, what about a new division called the overweight division where you have to weigh in with a minimum body fat percentage and cholesterol? Mexi says gravity as a contraception is new to me. It's new to anyone with a brain, dude. It was some of their stuff, man. They were special guys, mate. God bless them wherever they are. Lucas River says it's fucking crazy how many kids a lot of dumb people have. Dude, they have a whole bunch of kids each. Dude, I used to know a guy who he had two families. Like, and there's a lot of people have two families, but this guy had two families. And I remember him saying to me, like his dad had two wives, and he was one of, I'm not bullshitting this. This is like something true. He was one of 20 something kids, one of 20 something kids. And we were good mates. He was a good guy. He wasn't a bad guy. He was a nice guy. But yeah, he was one of 20 something. Like a whole bunch of them were blood. Like he was like full blood with them, and the others were like half brothers and sisters. It was 20 something kids. And he goes to me, my he goes, my oldest brother is older than my youngest mum. He explained it to me like that, and I was like, "Fuck, no!" There you go, you win, and it was true. It was true. His oldest brother was older than his youngest mum. Marshall Smarter says, I had a friend spent a ton of time at a mutual friends through high school partying and lifting, but he had the worst depth perception, but was stupid strong. Anyway, made for an okay rugby guy. Well, yes. Hey, in Canada, do they play like gridiron, like American football, or do they play rugby more? Which one do they play more in Canada? Uh okay, but Marshall Smarter, so rugby is the big one out of the two. Like, is it more of a big deal to play in the Canadian Rugby Union first grade or CFL? The rules are slightly different. Okay. Thank you, Boson. Okay. That was a very, very impressive debut by Alex Pereira as well. I don't know the Avengers, my friend Christian. I don't know. I wouldn't even be able to name one. Uh, Gig says, I disagree. Football is bigger. Marshall Smarter says, CFL is bigger for sure. By high school level, I'd say rugby is more popular in terms of schools with teams. Fair enough. Christian Laurent, do you expect to see improved takedown defense and grappling from Justin tonight, Fab? Oh, I don't know. I really don't know because the thing for me is that is the major key to victory for Chandler. I mean, Chandler can surely catch him as well. Chandler's got wrecking balls for fists, but he gets caught as well. So if Gaethje hasn't improved his takedown defense and hasn't worked on his wrestling to stop those takedowns, I would say to you that that's what Chandler needs to do because Chandler's got a really good blast double, really, really nice blast double. Um, Joseph says, Coach, my wife just said while I'm watching the podcast, wow, didn't know Dave Chappelle was into MMA. That's what my wife says. I look like Dave Chappelle as well. Christian Lorette says, also, Bam Bam will be fighting against Augusto Sakai this month. Interesting fight. Yeah, like I said, I don't know what's going to happen. You know what I mean? I really don't know what's going to happen um, with me being able to do the podcast as regularly as I was before. It just went from zero to inundated with stuff like quickly. Chandler just swings for the fences like that, eh? And he got Charles good, man. He hit Charles really, really, really good. It was close. That was close, man. That fight was so close. And the way he got Hooker was bad. Poor Dan. I'm a big fan of Dan. Uh, do I expect Christian Arena says, do I expect the uppercut to play a big role in the Gaethje game plan? I expect the uppercut to play a big role in both their games. Because it's there for both of them. How's the weather in Oz? The weather's like actually it's nice. Like I went for a like a not a big bike ride, but probably about 30K bike ride with my daughter, put her on the back, and I went down. It was kind of sprinkling, but it's warm. It's like it's nice. It's warm. You can walk outside with a t-shirt on. It's not sprinkling. And what it does, like there's just like the fog just sits in the escarpment all the way down to Wollongong. It's really, really nice. Really nice. Chill says, wonder if we'll see any wrestling in the main event. It will be interesting, it will be interesting. Joseph says, if by 6 months we haven't heard from you, Coach, the Fabloids will send out a search party. Don't worry. Now I'm going to try and do cards like here and there. I just won't be able to do them with the same, um, like with the same amount of like just doing it all the time, just because I've got so many projects on, man. I've got so much stuff on that like was on the back burner before because of COVID and obviously the lockdowns. And then all of a sudden, the floodgates just opened. You know what I mean? And it's just a lot of that stuff is yeah, just out now. You know what I mean? So yeah, man, some main cards pretty good too, man. It's Marshall Smarter says sounds awesome minus a 30K bike ride. The bike ride honestly isn't is it's pretty cruisy, man. There's a few little hills here and there, but it's nothing. Trust me, I'm no freak of nature or anything as far as fitness is concerned. So I just yeah, I'll tell you exactly how far it is. Um, Yeah, so it was about 30 k's. It was fun. It was a good little bike ride. Um, 28 degrees in Ohio, 28 degrees Fahrenheit. I take it. How long until this fight starts? Says Lichen. Minutes, 2 minutes maybe. Chill says, I like that they moved the potentially most exciting fight of the night to the front of the card. Man, it'll start off with a bang. It'll start off with a bang, that's for sure. I think they will go at it. But I think if Chandler's smart, he's going to hit Gaethje with the blast double. I think it would be the clever thing to do to try and get Gaethje on his back, working, take a bit of that steam out of his punches as well. So by the basketball guys' standards, anyone who has gotten a woman pregnant um, during during cohabitation in lockdown has been entrapped. Yeah, you should get him to defend you in court, Marshall Smartest. Um, okay, respect is earned. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you posting here. Thank you so much, my friend. Um, James Honnold says this fight is going to be amazing. I've got Gaethje. The leg kicks will be too much. The stance of Chandler leaves him certainly susceptible to the leg kicks with that wide stance. He has a very wide and narrow stance, which allows him to blast in and out, but it also kind of trips him over a little bit when he doesn't get his power shots off, and it leaves him susceptible to the calf kick, which is a big weapon of Gaethje's, as everyone knows. So that's why I'm thinking, like, unless Chandler's completely dumb, he has to um, bring that. He'll throw those combinations like big power shots and then go for the takedowns. I think he has to. Lucas Rivers says Brad Riddell and Rafael Fiziev are fighting in a couple of weeks, and that should be very violent. Any predictions? I think Brad Riddell is a bit tidier than Fiziev, to be honest with you. I think he's a fair bit tidier. Fiziev, first 7 minutes, yeah, he can bang, he might catch Brad, etc. But as the fight progresses, Riddell is a little bit too slick, in my opinion. Um, yes, the Sank Mike had a very bladed stance against Hooker, very vulnerable to calf kicks. Yep. Marshall Smarter says, I want damages repaid for now earning a dog and being deprived of sleep. Do we have a case? Definitely not a double dribble. Respect says Gaethje is going to finish this man. Respect says get your money on Justin ASAP. IG says Usman is okay. Um, yeah, man, it's going to be interesting. Going to be interesting. 5'11" versus 5'8". I love it. Bruce Buffer's so crazy, man. Marshall Smarter says, for a second there, I thought someone spelled Gaethje correctly. Drayden One Open says, show screen and change the title. All right, mate. No worries. Um, let's see what happens here, people. Chandler's a put together dude, man. So he's the underdog, a plus 175 underdog. I see that if Chandler can't land a big shot and doesn't wrestle early and isn't able to get Gaethje onto his back and make him work, um, if he can't do that, then I think Gaethje will win. Will definitely win. And he only has to land 3 or 4 of those leg kicks to really start to damage. Mind you, I didn't say just shoot a takedown and all will be well. I'm saying he has to shoot the takedown and be able to hold Justin on his back, like keep him on his back. Um, Ruli says from Indonesian, Usman, and Respect says that he hopes Colby wins. Mike Beltran. We're about to kick off, people. We're off. Oh, no, we're not off. I lie. They made a liar out of me. We're off, people. Oh, Chandler hits Gaethje with a nice jab. Oh, they're swinging for the fences, does Chandler. Gaethje, thanks to the right hand of his own, looks for the calf kick. Right hand by Gaethje. Oh, early on like this in that lightweight division, there's not many people more dangerous than Chandler early on. Nice bouncing in and out by Chandler. Oh, Chandler with a nice kick of his own. Well done by Chandler. Got to kick with the kicker, boys. You got to kick with the kicker. Remember that. Oh, nice calf kick. Oh, he checked that. Gaethje did. Gaethje checked that. Gaethje did not check that one. Gaethje gets hit. Gaethje gets hit. He's got a fucking iron chin, does Gaethje. In this game like this, you can't play with Gaethje. Fucking hell. He got hit so flush, man. Chandler got his leg checked again. Chandler looking for a massive uppercut when Gaethje drops his head and lands a calf kick himself. Lands another leg kick himself, does Chandler. Oh, nice little combination. They're both looking for that uppercut. The kicking with a kicker is very important. Oh, checks it again, does Gaethje. Then Gaethje catches Chandler. They swing for the fences. But Gaethje is able to do this game longer than Chandler can. You know, he'll have almost have won this. Like maybe end of this round, it will start to be better for Gaethje. Early on, Chandler's got rockets, man. Those kicks by Gaethje. Oh, Gaethje catches him with a left hook on the way in, which Chandler is very susceptible to that look. Oh, but he catches him with big right hands. Does Chandler? They're swinging for the fences. He has hurt Gaethje, but Gaethje loves being hurt. Chandler's got his hands down, lands a 1-2 on Gaethje. Gaethje eats it up and hits Chandler with a hook for his troubles. Gaethje, Chandler fakes and hits him with a fucking flying knee, swinging for the fences. He's got Gaethje hurt, but Gaethje always fights hurt. Gaethje hits Chandler. He hits him with a big right hand. Chandler hits Gaethje. He's looking for the takedown. Gaethje defends that. Chandler with knees up the middle. Oh my God. Chandler's already cut above his right eye. Nice jab landed by Chandler. Chandler looks like he might be a little bit gassed. Chandler looking for some knees, but Gaethje loves this kind of fight. The ability to take punishment from Gaethje is insane. I've not really seen too many guys like that can absorb that level of punishment, man. That Gaethje can. I mean, it's not good for your career and that. It's not good for your long-term health. Oh, there's the uppercut. Oh, big right hand by Chandler. Chandler swinging for the fences, but when Chandler swings and misses, man, that takes a lot of energy. It takes a lot of your energy. If you don't believe me, try and shadow box as hard as you can for a minute. Oh, big uppercut by Gaethje. Oh, big right hand over the top by Gaethje. Chandler does not seem to wear the shots as well as Gaethje does, though. But the harder shots, in my opinion, are landing by Chandler. But Chandler does look like he's a little bit gassed, which is not surprising, man. He's put in big energy, and Gaethje has not gone away. Big shots to the body there by Chandler. Chandler spits some blood out. Chandler gets hit with an uppercut. Look for the big blast double, does Chandler. Gaethje defends well. 30 seconds to go. Leg kick by Justin. Justin hits him with a little hook after he misses the uppercut, lunges in with a right hand lead. Ducks under a left hook does Chandler. Chandler will look for a little body rip then. And I think he has to go to plan B, whatever that is. And it's probably to work the body of Gaethje a little bit because he's not going to knock him out, I don't think. Gaethje's hit the body a few times of Chandler. 1 second to go. It is finished. Wow. Wow. Now look for Chandler. He's going to be very dangerous in this first minute of the second round, but I do think that he hasn't, like, it would take a lot out of him that first round because he loaded up on shots, loaded up on him, and he wasn't able to put Gaethje away. I'll probably edge that round to Chandler if I had to. Again, man, I am not judging the fight. I'm just commentating, and he he landed some monster shots, some monster shots. Boom, big jab. Some of those jabs that came straight down the pipe really landed flush on Gaethje. Right hand landed flush on Gaethje. 2 right hands landed flush. Then that knee just hit the arms, but still. But see, these things take a lot of energy, like a lot of energy. The swing, the big swings, the big flying knees, they take a lot of energy out of you. And Chandler didn't have it all his way. Gaethje did land some really good shots. And we're off, people. We're off again. This rest will have done Chandler a lot of good. He has to compose himself. He still has to kick with Gaethje. Oh, Gaethje's swinging a miss. Gaethje looks for that calf kick, but Chandler's able to pick it up and get it out of the way. 4 minutes and 28 seconds to go in this second round. Oh, looks like Chandler may have landed that left hook on Gaethje. Gaethje's chin is made of rocks and hard stuff, man. Good. Chandler's now going to the body, which is smart. He needs to go to the body. I think he used his biggest shots already on the chin of Gaethje, and Gaethje took him. Now you have to start taking some of that gas away from Gaethje, making Gaethje work. Oh, Gaethje's coming forward now. Has Chandler slowed down enough for Gaethje to be able to pull the pressure on? But he is landing that right hand just underneath the heart. Oh, nice little hook. That hook. Oh, shit! Chandler gets dropped hard with the uppercut. Gaethje's all over him. Gaethje's all over him, landing shot after shot, and Chandler shoots a single leg. Is Chandler going to be able to survive? This is a long time to survive. Big elbows raining down by Gaethje. What an uppercut by Gaethje. Chandler's still got his faculties, but Gaethje's still sprawling out on Chandler. This is going to take a lot out of Chandler. No matter what happens here, whether he survives or not. Front headlock here from Gaethje. Chandler would be in all sorts of trouble here. Even if he gets up, I don't think he'll have his faculties. But he is using this time to recover. There's 2 minutes and 41 seconds to go. I wonder if Gaethje's, how bad the shots are that he's landing there. I don't know. But it's definitely, I think, now to his detriment that Chandler's able to ride this out a little bit, and clear his head a little bit. Having said that, this also allows Gaethje to conserve his energy somewhat for the striking exchanges. Definitely Gaethje's round. Thus far. Oh, that uppercut by Gaethje is once again trying to find a home. Right hand over the top by Gaethje. The left hook and the right uppercut by Gaethje are going to be his weapons of choice in this fight. Oh, big uppercut by Chandler himself for taking on the forearm of Gaethje. Gaethje defends another takedown from Chandler. Again, big amounts of energy being used by Chandler. Big uppercut landed by Gaethje once again. Gaethje stalking him. Oh, shit. What a right hand landed by Chandler. My God. Snaps the head back of Gaethje. Gaethje hits with a calf kick, then is able to defend the takedown. Oh, nice little uppercut lands by Gaethje. Chandler in the southpaw stance now. Oh, big right hook lead by Gaethje. These guys, man, oh my God, the amount of punishment they're taking. "52 seconds to go." Oh, body shots by Chandler. Swing and a miss by both guys. Smart by Chandler going to the body. It really is. He needs to slow Gaethje down, and I don't think he's got the punch that's going to put Gaethje away anymore. And he really needs to work that body to slow Gaethje down. But in a 3-round fight, this late in the fight, I don't know that he's going to be able to do that. Nice front kick there by Gaethje. Gaethje goes looking for another calf kick. I think it was partially blocked, partially checked. I couldn't really see at that point. The screen was close, so I couldn't see. Oh, right hand. Right hand. Gaethje looks hurt. The ref calls a timeout. He said it looks like he got eye poked, and Chandler hit him after Gaethje turned away. In fairness, it's on the ref to call the fight. You don't necessarily have to stop because the other fighter told you to. You know what I mean? So he's complaining to the ref. Yeah, that's not on Chandler, to be honest with you. A lot of people will complain, but that's not on Chandler. Like, I've seen that happen in fights where dude gets hit and it was an actual punch and he stopped it and the other guy stopped, and you don't have to stop. So it's on the ref to stop it, which is hard. It's tough. I don't know what happened. This my my control is controlling the other thing too. So it was definitely an eye poke. And then he hit Gaethje flush after that. And Gaethje took it too. Fuck it hell. But getting hit like that flush as well, that takes it out of you as well, man. Because after he did that, fuck that uppercut, man. That was huge. We're off. Third and final round, people. I got it a round apiece, but possibly could have been a 10-8 round because of the knockdown. So it might be Gaethje ahead. But it's close, man. I think that the momentum of the fight is in Gaethje's favor, though, in my opinion. That's not the same thing as he's winning the fight, but I think he is winning the fight. The calf kicks he's landing now. And as the fight progresses, this doesn't benefit Chandler. Chandler trying to move his feet to be a moving target for Gaethje. Oh, Gaethje hits him with a nice little hook. Oh, hits Gaethje. Gaethje gets hit with a big right hand from Chandler. Gaethje lands a little stiff jab on Chandler. These guys are just, man, heaving leather at each other. Gaethje trying to stalk him, hits him with two short shots. Then, nice work by Chandler going to the body there of Gaethje. Gaethje comes right back over the top. Again goes to the body of Gaethje. Smart. He has to go to the body. Gaethje hits him with a hook on the exit. Got to keep your hands up, Chandler. Oh shit! Right uppercut, left hook from Chandler. My God. Oh, from Chandler, from Gaethje. Hits Chandler again. Chandler can't keep getting hit. Chandler can't keep getting hit, man. Goes looking for a blast double, gets it, drops Gaethje. Gaethje reverses it and gets to Chandler's back. That was a lot of energy to put yourself in a bad position. Good scrambles by Gaethje. Good scrambles by Gaethje. 2 minutes and 29 seconds to go. Interesting. Ooh, goes looking for a left hook. Does Gaethje? Oh, swing and a miss with a big right hand. Does Gaethje hits Chandler with a stiff jab? Then Chandler again to the body of Gaethje. Gaethje goes looking for a right hand. Chandler calling him on, coming forward on Gaethje. Looks like he may have hurt Gaethje a little bit. He has to keep going to the body though. He's got a minute and 54 seconds to go. Goes looking for a huge uppercut. Oh, Gaethje hits him with a massive right hand. Gaethje hits him with a huge right hand. They clash heads as Chandler goes looking for a double leg. Chandler gets hit with a stiff jab as he goes looking for a front kick. He's calling Gaethje on. He's calling Gaethje on. He looks for a little left hook. Hits Gaethje with the right hand. Gaethje hits him with a huge left hook, right uppercut, left hook. Now he's walking through Gaethje's punches, but Gaethje hits him with a massive right hand. Gaethje takes a deep breath. Chandler's doing a lot of showboating, but Gaethje is landing the shots. He's a minute and 17 seconds to go. Gaethje's still got pop in his punches. Chandler can't sit there and take him. He's showboat. No, he's not showboating. He's calling him on. There's a lot of bravado, but he has to come forward. He has to hurt him. He has to hurt him. There's 59 seconds to go. Chandler calling a crowd on, I think. I don't know who wins this third round. I really don't. Because they both landed big shots on each other, man. There was definitely a round apiece going into this, but maybe it's a 10-8 round for Gaethje. I don't know because I'm not. The kicks is doing like spinning, jumping back kicks, but they're from real far away. 24 seconds to go. Gaethje trying to come forward, but Chandler doesn't like. They're not really engaging. There's 15 seconds to go. Chandler's trying spinning things. Neither one of these guys is kind of engaging now towards the end of this round. 3 seconds to go. 2, 1. Dude, they they smashed each other, dude. They absolutely smashed each other. They absolutely smashed each other. It feels criminal to even watch them, you know. Um, I don't know who won that fight. I kind of lean towards Gaethje. Um, um, but man, I'd hate to be a judge for this. There were a lot of big shots landed by Chandler, and a lot of big shots landed by Gaethje. It just it like it just depends how it's scored. I have no idea how they scored it. You know what I mean? How people see it, how the judges saw it. Joshua Kirstein says, "Hey, Coach Fab, how are you, sir?" Um, Far out. That double leg was really cool, and then Gaethje just rolled straight through. My God. My God. Huge, man. Kane Curry says, "Hey, coach, what did you mean you got to kick with the kickers? When somebody when somebody kicks, like when somebody kicks, you can't capitulate that space. You can't like just let the guy kick you and you not do anything back. Because what happens is one, he hurts you. Two, he starts to control that space. And three, you have to start to be able to make him do something with his legs, whether it's checking your kicks, whether it's you're hurting him by kicking his legs. But end of the day, you're making him do something with those kicks. If not, you're just receptive to whatever he's doing and he's controlling that space. So if someone kicks you, you've got to answer back. And if they're moving their legs to get out of the way, that means that they're reacting to your kicks. If they're checking, it means they're reacting to your kicks. If not, a good kicker is just gonna like tee off on you. Yeah. Joshua Kirstein. Let me see. Joshua Kirstein, thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it so much. Thank you very, very, very much, mate. I will forevermore appreciate it. Thank you, mate. Pip Dennison says that's got to be the line of the day. It feels almost criminal to watch, dude. That the amount of punishment those dudes took, like that's like it's not good for you. You know what I mean? Like it's really, really not good for you. And like it feels bad to be going yeah like that, and they're just because you don't realize, dude. Like this is taking years of their life. You know what I mean? Like quality years out of their life. Like it's big bad shots that are landing to your head, to your skull. Your brain's shaking. You know, like it's not. You're not in a good place. I don't know what Gaethje's life's going to be like in 5 years. You know what I mean? 10 years, 15, 20 years. Who knows? Um, yeah, man, they just hurt each other. They just absolutely hurt each other. I'll be back in 1 second. Joseph says Chandler versus Poirier will be very interesting. I have Chandler versus Poirier. I have Poirier winning that, Joseph. I didn't see the commercial. Respect says Dana said if Chandler doesn't KO Justin and it's one of these Justin wins. Yeah, I think so. Chill says Chandler is the king of crazy first rounds. Yes, he is, sir. Yes, he is. It's crazy, dude. Eh? Crazy. But when I see that amount of damage, it's scary. Burgos, Shane Burgos versus Quarantillo. That the time Shane got knocked out, I think it was against Barboza. That was insane. Marshall Smarter says, "Okay, I've got a serious question. You can punch one of the two in the face, Matt Damon or Ben Affleck." I don't know, man. I kind of like him. I kind of like him, you know. I kind of like him. Or maybe I like the movies they made. I like Goodwill Hunting. I like The Town. You can't hate him that much. Plus, Ben Affleck seems to be like a big dude. They both seem to be in good shape. So it's not exactly Morgan Freeman now, is it? So no. Um, Gaethje is nuts. Respect, he is. That was pretty interesting, man. Was meant to do this other cast, but it never like it didn't work. I don't know. What do you do? What do you do when you're disrespected to that extent? What do you do? And guys, for those that didn't hear what I said before, or they weren't on here before when I spoke, yeah, this I won't be able to do the podcasts as much as I have in the past, just simply because yeah, I've got too many things coming all together at once at this stage. So the next birth of my daughter, a whole bunch of projects that have been put in the back burner because of COVID. Yeah, just all of it all came to fruition now, you know, and big renovations I have to do, a whole bunch of stuff, you know, and unfortunately I cannot do it all. Joshua Kirsten says, "Is Australia really as COVID lockdown psycho as the media is showing us here in the states?" No, look, we're out of lockdown now. Like Sydney's out of lockdown. I mean, we had two spells. Depends where. Like Melbourne had a bigger lockdown than us. In Sydney, Sydney had two spells. Like where I'm at, had two spells of lockdown. I think. Don't quote me on this. I think it was 6 and 12 weeks. But obviously in between, everyone was pretty hesitant. Like a lot of like with businesses and everything. Um, and then when it looked like it was going to go into that second lockdown, like it like a lot of business stuff slowed down, like or just went away. So no, it's not. I don't think it's. I don't know how lockdown psycho they're making it look at in the US. Um, I mean, it's obviously uncomfortable. It's not what you want. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, JC said, "So happy Justin won. Chandler, aka Tony Robbins, can shut up and retire." I don't. No. I don't know who what Gymshark is, but no, I want Morgan Freeman free fight, free fight. Um, Joshua says that's good to hear. We've been seeing crazy stuff like military forced shots, etc. Nah, not like that. Not in Sydney. They had like military um, personnel helping like with the police. Like not, I'm not saying for or against. I'm just telling you. I live in like Greater Sydney, and I'll tell you in certain areas they had military like they had military patrolling, with the police. I've never seen it. I never saw it. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I just trying to state. I'm just trying to tell you just facts without me being involved in it. Obviously, very polarizing topics. Even the lockdown itself is a very polarizing topic in anywhere. So yeah, um, but yeah, no, there was no military shots or anything like that. Lean McHungry says Oz lockdowns sucked, but Florida is a similar population to Oz. 54,000 people died, and then approximately 1,250 died in Australia. That's fucking spot on. You know what I mean? And that's the thing that like I think people miss when they talk about the lockdowns and everything. You know what I mean? Like 54,000 people dying, and not just dying. It's like also there's a massive load on the healthcare system. And so you got to take like I lost a lot of money, man, during the lockdowns. I lost a lot of money, but I also understand like if you have the hospitals filled with people because we didn't have a lockdown, and you have people dying, you have emergency responders responding to people that are dying or that are dying from COVID or that are sick from COVID. Hospitals are full from that. There's a whole bunch of other people that they can't see to as well. And so if it means being locked down for a few weeks, few months, and eating a little bit of shit on the financial side, and it's not easy, man. The lockdown wasn't fucking easy. I'm not glossing over it. It wasn't fucking easy, but there is a big difference in people. You know what I mean? Passing. Marshall Smarter says, "Yeah, I forget what it's like to have a comfortable bank account. That's okay for now, though." Um, Marshall Smarter says, "The people want to know, Fab, why has Morgan Freeman ruffled you so?" I just feel that he'd be a good matchup, man. We have a similar build. He's a little older than me, and he's on that kind of thing. Maybe I could beat him. Elhesh says it does seem to be a bit more of a problem from totalitarian control as opposed to a pandemic killing everyone. Uh, there does seem to be a bit more of a problem from totalitarian control as opposed to a pandemic killing everyone. Yeah, look, again, man, I don't want to talk out of school because I'm not even that smart, but I think a lot of the times you have people giving opinions that like it's true what you're saying, right, about this thing, and you're talking about it in a silo. You're not looking at like a whole bigger picture. And I'm not saying one way or the other. We're off, people. Quarantillo goes looking early for a calf kick. Doesn't get it. Hits with Burgos with a little uppercut. Burgos is as tough as they come, man. He's a tough character. These guys are swinging for the fences, man. Quarantillo's coming in real aggressive. These guys are trading both in the orthodox stance. Quarantillo is looking for an uppercut, then a flying knee. The problem is when like he's using a lot of energy with all these big movements, and Burgos looks like he's much more energy efficient with his movement. Having said that, Quarantillo might be able to catch him in those exchanges. Um, Ren Mitchell says, "Nah, Fab, I reckon you and Bruce Willis would be a good scrap." The Illuminator one says the flu kills thousands of people every year. No lockdowns. I don't think, again, without me speaking out of school, I'm not an expert on this, and I'm not pro or whatever, but I don't think the flu is as contagious as COVID is. That's the point of contention there. And like I said, I think that a lot of the times people are grabbing their own percentage, or they do research like in this area, and there's a lot of other factors that need to be taken into account. And also, like, not a lot of people can just admit that it's outside of their area of expertise. Oh, Burgos hits him with a nice right hand over the top. They exchange good jabs there. Nice calf kick by Burgos. I think Quarantillo, yeah, starting to slow a little bit. And this is where Burgos is very, very dangerous, man. Nice right hand by Burgos. Another right hand by Burgos. Nice little jab to the body by Burgos, which you don't see a lot. You don't see enough of in MMA. Good jabbing to the body. Good jab by Burgos. Nice little calf kick by Burgos. Double jab by Quarantillo. Quarantillo, gets a swing and a miss, and it gets hit with a counter jab. Jab to the body by Quarantillo. Right hand by Burgos. Burgos slides out of the way. Burgos going to look to hit with the right hand on this break. Nice jab by Quarantillo. Nice calf kick by Burgos. Burgos hits him with a big right hand. Quarantillo goes looking for a single leg. Joshua Kirsten says, sorry to bring it up, just genuinely concerned for you all across the pond. Much love, back to the fights. Yeah, no, it's I think yeah, it's an interesting topic, but I think a lot of people like same as like what I can't remember who it was that said, like when you look at it and you like people are concerned with the US with the numbers of people that are dying, so um yeah. Oh, Quarantillo's in a lot of trouble. He looked like he got hit and wobbled there. Oh, nice little left body rip by Burgos. Good job by him. Quarantillo's still in there swinging for the fences, man. Great fight, this one. Burgos really looking for that left body rip to the liver. Oh, Quarantillo lands a nice jab, then goes looking for a single leg. Big elbows by Burgos. 5 seconds to go. There's a bit of talking and taunting, I think, from each other. Wild photo taker says the clock is everything for me. Sorry, my friend. I apologize. Or do I? Was it right? It was close. It was close. It was close. Marshall Smarter says Bruce Willis is a good fight for your resume. People will think of him from Die Hard and not the limp scrotum he has become. Good choice. I don't know, man. Bruce Willis is a legitimate Hollywood tough guy, mate. I don't know that I want that fight, to be honest with you. I don't know. I don't know. That looks like a little bit too much of an ask for Fab. Looking for the remote control for my thing here at the back. Hold on a sec. All that effort did absolutely nothing for me. We're back in this second round. Burgos hits him with a right hand. Oh, big right hand lands by Quarantillo. Burgos answers with one of his own. Quarantillo, they exchange jabs. Nice inside leg kick lands by Burgos. Quarantillo goes looking for a right uppercut, hits him with a right hand, hits Burgos with a pair of hooks. But Burgos seems to looks like he took his lead leg off him with an inside front kick. Oh, Quarantillo had that single leg, and Burgos was able to land quite a few uppercuts from that position. Marshall Smarter says, had two buddies in high school with matching rebel stars, both alcoholics, and one guy got two DUIs in the same year, bought a motorcycle and immediately crashed it in his own driveways. In his own driveway, good old days. Wow. Ren Mitchell says, come on, Fab, you'll choke Bruce out and he'll die hard. Whoa. How long have you been sitting on that one, Ren? How long, Ren? Big shots exchanged there by both guys. Quarantillo started to land a jab. But I do think that Burgos is a little more efficient. Like Quarantillo has a good output, but he uses a lot of energy. Oh, he's able to shuck Burgos off him. Burgos holding him up against the cage. Good front kick by Burgos. Bad, nice little uppercut by Quarantillo. Again, I can't see because of the angle. I don't know what it is that drops Quarantillo. I don't know if it's an inside kick. I can't see because the ref's in the way and the camera angles off a little bit. Yeah, I think it's an inside kick because he just threw it again. Again, he lands a little jab, then does Burgos, throws a knee, lands it to the body. Oh, lands a nice right hand, does Burgos. Ooh. Burgos kind of walking into his space. Quarantillo swinging a miss with a big hand. Big right hand, rather. Another nice inside kick landed by Burgos. Burgos fighting from the southpaw stance now. Lands another inside kick. Quarantillo goes looking for a double leg. He's in deep, but Burgos was able to defend it quite well. This is very important now to hit him straight after the double leg when you need to take a breath. And Burgos did a fantastic job of doing that. So after somebody attempts a takedown on you and you defend it, that's a great time in that break for you to hit him. Another nice low kick landed by Burgos. Quarantillo coming forward, hits a single leg. Still not able to finish it. Nice calf kick by Burgos. Nice inside kick by Burgos. Nice uppercut landed by Burgos. Another calf kick landed by Burgos. And big right hand lands by Quarantillo. Oh, big right hand by Quarantillo. Another right hand lands by Burgos, and another right hand lands by Burgos. Quarantillo looks like he's a little bit shook. He lands another right hand, lands a pair of right hands. And Quarantillo's a bit on shaky legs, lands another right hand, does Burgos. Quarantillo showing off fantastic chin, and he gets hit with a left uppercut and another little left hook lands by Burgos, and he hits Quarantillo again. Quarantillo's still stumbling. He's 10 seconds to go. He's on a little bit of roller skates now. He's up against the cage, gets hit with another big shot. The cage is holding Quarantillo up here. Quarantillo's still swinging for the fences, though. That's the bell. I think that might have been Burgos might have stolen that round. It's hard to gauge. I can't make that again, I'm not judging the fights, I'm just watching them. Wow. Marshall Smarter says Burgos has nice Thai boxing for him, mate. He does. He's very efficient with his movement and he's very efficient with his shots. And I think that's what's allowing him to come back into the fight because they probably got it around a piece just from memory. I don't remember exactly the whole fight, every single nuance of the fight. But let's call it around a piece, maybe. But I do see just the efficiency of Burgos being able to just keep coming. And I think this third round is going to be a little bit harder for Quarantillo to just keep up the pace and the fluidity of the shots from Burgos. Because in those first 5 minutes, I think Quarantillo did really well. He was able to load up on his shots. He was able to try look for takedowns and whatnot. But that takes a lot of energy, and if you can't get the guy out of there in the first 5 minutes, it starts to get really, really difficult. And we're off, guys. Third round. It has started. Quarantillo hits him with a big right hand. Burgos slides out of the way. He's doing a good job of cutting the angles off and hitting with the low kicks. Is Burgos. Burgos hits him with another right hand. See, Quarantillo will look good, I think, the start of this fight, like the start of this round. I think he'll go good for about 2 minutes or so. And then if he can't get Burgos out of there, I think Burgos is going to come on late in the fight. He's just more efficient with his movement. He's more efficient with his shots. Whereas Quarantillo's movements are much bigger. He's got much bigger movements, like throws with his whole body. And you see Burgos is much tidier. Look for a momentum change somewhere in the last 2 minutes, I think, in Burgos' favor, my opinion. Another nice little kick lands by Burgos. Nice combination landed by Burgos there. Nice cheeky little hook lands by Burgos. Another one of those low kicks manages to drop Quarantillo. Quarantillo's back onto his feet. Landing some of those shots, but they don't have the pepper on them anymore. Quarantillo's shots. Quarantillo goes looking for a single leg. Burgos is doing a good job of defending, and I don't think Billy's going to be able to finish this. Liar, made a liar out of me. No, he didn't finish it. He can try and hold on as much as he can here. He's going for it, but he's going for it. Leg lock from that position didn't happen, and I think he's wasted a lot of energy doing that. Not necessarily wasted it. He had to try it. Ooh, uppercut swing and a miss from Burgos. Once again, Quarantillo goes looking for a takedown, isn't successful with it, lands a few little uppercuts, eats a knee to the body from Burgos. Nice cheeky little knee there by Burgos. I'd like to see him break off now at this 2-minute mark and start to pull on the striking onto Quarantillo. He's landing here some shots in close quarters. Is Burgos lands a nice elbow by a right hand from Quarantillo himself. Quarantillo with a big swing and a miss with the right hand. Nice elbow there by Burgos. Big elbow by Quarantillo. Burgos once again able to body clinch and put Quarantillo up against the cage. Stomp on the foot. Quarantillo goes looking for a throw, but he's not going to get that cross-body throw this late in the game from that angle. Nice little slip there by Burgos. He's staying in the pocket, so he's able to counter. He's starting to land some shots now on Quarantillo. Quarantillo again loads up. Burgos swinging a miss. His big movements himself then. Quarantillo once again goes looking for the double leg. He's in deep this time. He's got his hands linked. He's not going to be able to finish it, I don't think. He's going to look for the broomstick sweep here. He's not going to get it. Burgos doing a good job of defending this. Again, Quarantillo goes looking for the single leg. He almost finishes the takedown, but doesn't get it. There's 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. He went looking for a leg lock again in that scramble, but it's very hard to finish it like this now when they're both so slippery. Good framing by Burgos. Burgos lands a cheeky little knee. There's 59 seconds to go. Burgos lands a 1-2. Billy lands a jab. Nice little front kick. Yeah. Nice shots being landed here. A lot. Burgos' shots are a lot more precise, but Quarantillo just keeps coming, man. Yeah, people don't understand. You know how fit you got to be to fight the way Quarantillo fights. You got to be so stupid fit because it's not the most efficient way of fighting. But they're just volume and that pressure can just drown you if you're that fit. Oh, he's ate some big shots now off Burgos. Time. I think it might be Burgos. I think, anyways. Um, Marshall Smart asks, Fab, have you ever met someone who got one concussion and their memory was never the same? Not from sport or anything like that, but I do know people that have had like car accidents and that like the big shot to the head has affected them. But I don't know anyone that like has been hit real bad in like a sport necessarily. I don't know. I'm not saying it's never happened, and they were never the same after that one shot. I've never encountered that. But if you want, watch the Willie Tonga podcast and the James Tahuna podcast when they were guests on here, and they talk about their experience with head trauma and memory loss and concussion and whatnot. Yeah, I've never met anyone that got knocked out once, like fighting or playing football or something, and they were never the same. Nah, but like I said, I do know people that have suffered like head injuries and they've never been the same. Like, but they were car accidents and that. A mate of mine got hit with a surfboard when he was 12 years old, and he died. Like he basically died, but and drowned. But they revived him in the ambulance, but like he was dead, And he's fucking mad, but I don't know if he was mad to begin with or if that had something to do with it. Yeah, they actually his brain got there was swelling to his brain, and they removed a part of his skull, and you could like there was skin over the top of it. You could touch his brain, and he used to have to wear a stack hat everywhere when he was 12, and like he'd go play tips or something or whatever in the park or in the bush here in the bush, and he'd take his helmet off because it would ruin his ability to play hide and seek and tips and whatnot. Um, but yeah, I don't know how much it's affected his memory loss and how much it's affected his mental health and whatnot. But he got smashed in the head by a surfboard. And the other guy that I know um, was a car accident, and a couple of people I know like that have been jumped, but they got like their heads jumped on and shit like that, like bashed real bad, and it affected like their head forever. Um, but no, not just off one shot at sparring or something like that. Marshall Smarter says, if anyone wants to start leg locking MMA efficiently, X guard and reverse X, I see potential. Um, and Pahara is just reefing on it. My favorite Pahara's fight was when he fought um, Dan Miller. When he fought Dan Miller, I'm pretty sure it was Dan Miller, and he dropped him, and then he jumped on the cage to celebrate, and the fight wasn't over. That favorite Pahara's fight. Um, DJ Bohm says, "How is this fight after the last fight on this card? I don't understand. This is a good card, Fumbles. Um, yeah, I thought Burgos won that one quite clearly, but you never know. Like you don't know. Great work. This was an exceptional card. And then we got Frankie Edgar versus Marlon Vera. Um, makes me sad. Like I don't like seeing Frankie Edgar fight anymore. Frankie is one of my all-time favorites. Um, just a phenomenal fighter. Um, I just don't like seeing him lose anymore, or not even lose. I don't even like seeing him get hit anymore. He's done enough. It's one of those situations. I think he's what 41 or something like that, and yeah, he's I don't know. I don't know, mate. It's taken a lot of punishment. Marlon Vera's young, hungry fighter. Good, very good jiu-jitsu, much improved stand up. It's tough out. Um, okay, really that happened. Okay, I'm not sure if mine is just genetically shit. What age did you start jiu-jitsu? Um, Sorry, Martial Smartest, but I was going to say, like, if you don't have a striking background and you're getting hit now and you're not gifted for that, honestly, like the shots to the head really fuck with you. I think when you start striking as an adult, like when you if you're like a you know not because the thing is like the guys that start striking arts as little kids, like the ones that keep doing it later in their life, like say you start at 13, the guys that are still doing it at 22, 23, that's a process of elimination. The guys that got hit and got headaches and all that shit, they left. You know what I mean? Not everyone's made to take shots. So now if you're getting hit, like those little concussions and that, they can fuck with your head for sure. And your body's not moving, like you're not rolling with the punches or get so every shot that you're taking, even if it's not a big shot, you're taking it with a lot more force than somebody else would. So if you hit someone that's used to striking, the way they move their body with it, they roll with the shot, it doesn't affect them as much. So you might get hit with a small light punch, but your body like tenses and doesn't move in the right way, so you absorb a lot more than when one of these guys takes a big shot and is able to roll with it. Um, what age does start jiu-jitsu? Probably about 18, 19. Um, DJ Vom says Justin versus Chandler is more marquee. Gary the Goat says Valentina and Ngannou sitting next to each other. That is pound for pound the most dangerous 6 square feet in New York. Marshall Smarter says, I like Frankie. He was awesome. Just be the man the rest of your life. I agree. Frankie versus Maynard was legendary for sure. Marshall Smarter says football, hockey, some boxing. I've had some bangers, but definitely not as consistent. That's a good point. Yeah, man, like, um, like I'm no great striker or anything like that, and like guys that I know that have done Muay Thai their whole lives or boxing their whole lives, the way they're built different. Like the guys that have stayed in there are built different. The same way gymnasts, like any sport, like the guys that started at 8 and are there at 25. Not only do they have the training that's made them better, but they're also the end process of elimination that makes them a great athlete. You know, they're the one like the ones that won nationals in wrestling. They're not only technically good, but they're genetically gifted to wrestle. You know, so they don't move the same way that other normal people move. You know, from the training and from the process of elimination, and the way people take when you hit them, that it's different, dude. I've got a mate that there's a couple of mates that are mad kick Muay Thai guys, and they're built completely fucking different. They don't look different, but their bones are different. You know, that 41-year-old All Black who came out with dementia last week was estimated to have had about 150 collisions to the head. See, and that's insane, dude. That is a fucking insane amount of shots. Watch, please, man. If you guys get a chance, watch the Willie Tonga podcast I did on. He's in my thing. Just type in Willie Tonga Grange TV, and he talks about like he's been knocked. He's like younger than me, dude. He's like probably what, 35, 36, and he said he'd been knocked out um 70 times in his life, like knocked out, not just concussions. And he goes, concussions, he wouldn't be able to figure it, but he's been knocked out like 70 times in games and at training. And you know, his memory's starting to go as well, you know, and his memory and his mind and that, and he's conscious of it. And he goes, that's what one of the things that scares him the most is like he's laying in his bed sometimes and he's like, am I is this the start of me losing my mind? Because like he'll open his eyes and not know what he's doing there or what it is, and his wife has to talk him through it and kind of, you know, fill in the gaps and shit. Like this is where you're at, and blah blah blah, and and yeah, like I think Gary the Goat, when they're talking about 150 collisions to the head, I think they're talking about like not 150 shots where he's been shook up. I think it's 150 collisions to the head, like shots direct to his head, where he goes to tackle someone and, the guy hits straight on his head. That doesn't happen to that extent. You know what I mean? Like 150, that's not getting, it's not talking about like 150 knockouts, basically. You're not talking about 150 knocks to the head. Like talking about 150 collisions to the head. Like means he took the guy's whole weight, like boom, be like close to 150 knockouts. Um, Marshall Smarter says, speaking of attrition, what do you make of the dropout from jiu-jitsu? Does starting age matter as much? What do you estimate the ratio is between how many people walk into a gym and one black belt? I think it's 100. The way that it's like kind of worked out, like it's something along those lines. It's like, um, and it depends, because you can get that number much higher if you just give out belts much easier. You know what I mean? Like, but usually, the way that it is like one in every 100 dudes. You know what I mean? I think we spoke about it before. One in every 100 dudes is like if you have a fight gym, one in every 100 dudes is a fighter, good fighter. Out of I think out of those 100 good fighters, you get a real fucking special one. You know what I mean? A real special one. That's why, like in the US and that, when you have like guys going to teams and they've been like all American wrestler or the JUCO national champion and all of that, that process of elimination is already massive to have got to that level. Or in Brazil, where a kid will walk into a gym to say, "Oh, I want to start MMA," and they already been Brazilian national champion in jiu-jitsu, so that's the thing. Marshall Smarter says, I'm going to watch a Willie Tonga though. God love women for filling us in. Secret evolutionary advantage for being okay with talking so much. Gary the Goat says, just sounds like a nightmare. Football and rugby are crazy scary, the hits and how often they play. Very scary, man. I've got a few good mates that play rugby league, dude, and it's a fucking like it's gladiator sport. You know what I mean? Like, say rugby league in Australia, it's 26 games in a regular season. You know, and like a good tackler, a guy that tackles well, maybe a hooker or someone like that or a lock might do upwards of 40 tackles in a game. That's not the hit ups, that's just the tackles you do. And then they'll still hit the ball up as well. And each one of those shots shakes your head. It doesn't have to hit your head, it just has to shake your head. So and that's 26 games in the regular season. Then you add in State of Origin, which is like our All Star series. So it's 3 games, State of Origin. Then you have like, other commitments. You might have the NRL All Stars. You might have internationals. So, and then you got the finals. So you could have somebody playing, I don't know, 50 games in a season. Like it's it's incredible. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot of damage, and not just on your brain, on the rest of your body. Marshall Smarter says, right, right. Long term memory is good. My short term, medium term pisses me off. Um, yeah, I think that could be. It could be. I'm fucking not a doctor, dude. I'm just talking like from what you're saying. It could be from the shots. You know what I mean? If you're taking shots off guys now at your age, and the other thing is, I think at your age, you're a smart dude. We've spoken about what you do and everything before. Um, yeah, so that you're just talking about your PhD and that. I think you're more acutely aware of anything that happens. Like the other day, I kind of sparred someone. Fuck, I don't know why I did this, and I got hit in the head a few times, and my head was buzzing, and I haven't sparred for years, man. Like, and I wouldn't do it. And probably if I was like not acutely aware of that, I wouldn't even consider it. But just that little like fogginess, I was like, nah, not doing this shit ever again. You know what I mean? Never. And if you weren't acutely aware of it, you wouldn't even care. You wouldn't even you might not even know that what that is. But because you're smart and you know this, you know that that feeling is not a positive one. It's not that fogginess, that weirdness. And you're doing a PhD. You're really, really, really testing that. You're at the coalface of long-term memory, short-term memory, medium-term memory. The boys have started 40-48 into the first round. They're traded in the center. Cheeto is in the uh, southpaw stance. Frankie goes looking with a combination from the orthodox stance. Frankie feinting goes, hits a double leg. Good defense by Cheeto. Cheeto's got good jiu-jitsu too. You got to be careful. So does Frankie, though. So does Frankie. Frankie's got unreal grappling. He's got really, really good high level wrestling, jiu-jitsu black belt. He's legit. He's very, very legit. Oh, Frankie with a nice combination. And to me, it doesn't matter. Like people go, see, you still won. Like Frankie can beat anyone. Don't get me wrong, but it's still like the damage that he would have taken, like over and over and over through the training camp, and then here, nice right hand lands on Cheeto. He goes looking to the body and he blitzes in so well and hits that right hand. Cheeto goes looking for a body kick. Frankie catches the leg. Cheeto defends it. 3 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Frankie's looking fantastic in this fight, by the way, thus far. But even if he wins, I don't care if he wins. I still don't want to keep seeing him fight. Like it's not um, just for his own health, and that's just me. He was another guy that when I saw him in real life, like he surprised me. Like he's so little. He's a little guy. Him and Aldo. Aldo was surprisingly small too. Frankie deep on the double. Passes the guard. Now, Cheeto's got him in deep here, and I don't think he's going to finish this guillotine. I do not, because Frankie's already halfway out. Yeah. So he's in half guard, is Frankie, and he's got the knee side underhook, and he's flattening Cheeto out. He's doing a good job. Cheeto does a good job to get back, and he's in full guard. But the full guard position isn't bad for Frankie here. Like this is not. This allows him to buy time to keep him on the ground. It's fine. What he doesn't want is still relatively dry. He doesn't want Cheeto to be able to set up arm bars and whatnot. But Frankie's doing a great job of framing and pressuring down on Vera's face, and that doesn't let Cheeto move his hips as readily. Now Cheeto's starting to land some good elbows. But there's the thing here: when you land those elbows and Frankie starts to posture, that's when you got to try and put your feet on the hips. Otherwise, this round is all Frankie's. It's very hard unless you're really like gonna slash him open from the bottom that the refs are going to give you that round. Plus, Frankie is landing shots as well. Frankie's doing a fantastic job in this first round, and I'm surprised that Vera hasn't tried to get back to his feet. I would assume that that would be the smarter thing to do, and try and make Frankie work, being that Frankie's significantly older than him. And the style of fight that Frankie has to do is that boxing wrestling fight that is really going to take a lot of your energy. This is actually, if anything, allowed Frankie to get the superior position and win the round and also rest. This is what Vera needs to do: open the guard, up kicks, nice work, nice work. That's what he needs to do. Elbow, 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 Frankie, and when Frankie postures up, kick him off because Vera's got good jiu-jitsu, man. Now his guard's open. Yeah, you can't have your guard open and you're not pushing off on the hips in MMA. Like, I'm not a jiu-jitsu expert by any stretch of the imagination, but yeah, and like all this game that's happening here, like if it was jiu-jitsu, like the way Vera's kind of doing this is like it's a jiu-jitsu match, but he's not going to beat Frankie like this. But he's landing some good elbows from there. There we go. Then there's the up kicks. Good work. That's the bell, people. Um, um, so sorry to hear about your mentor and funding Martial Smartest. Why don't you look up some of the? Oh yeah, I was gonna. Why don't you look up some of the football teams on that? I was gonna say they don't want you to do that. They tell you to fuck off. Um, somebody wrote you. I think it was you, Martial Smartest. No, it wasn't you. I think I'll get back to something you wrote. Nathan Adamo says, "What age do you think is good for kids to start sports, and what's a good sport to start with?" It's going to be a longer answer than you'd probably like. I think you got to understand why you want your kid to start sports. My daughter started gymnastics at 18 months, but she started gymnastics for like ability for neuro uh, like motor skills, uh, development, socialization with other kids, listening to people telling her, yes, no, you're allowed to do that. No, yes, you can. Um, I didn't start her at 18 months old to for her to be Olympic gold medalist in gymnastics. I don't really care. I just want her to I'll talk more in a second. Um, so we're off in this second round. Frankie lands a nice little right hand again on Cheeto. Oh, they exchange, but Frankie's finding a home for that right hand, snaps Cheeto's head back. Nice kick by Cheeto taking on the arms of Frankie, but again with a combination, Frankie. Cheeto trying to stalk Frankie down. The problem with that is that he's kind of susceptible walking into the shots from Frankie. I was about to say the takedowns from Frankie Edgar. And Cheeto straight away elbowing Frankie from the bottom, which is good. That's what you want to do. And then Frankie drives forward to stop to nullify those elbows from occurring. But here's where Cheeto has to start, opening his guard. He has to open his guard and start kicking, and that he can't stay down there. So the rule is this: when Frankie's head is down, right, Cheeto has to elbow. When Frankie's head's so high that Cheeto can no longer elbow, Cheeto has to fight to get those feet on the hips and try and push Frankie away, up kick him, do whatever he can. If not, he's going to just stay on the bottom, and it's going to be very difficult. Because the thing is, also for him to armbar Frankie in general, as a rule of thumb, um, Frankie's hips can't be square with his. And Frankie's good. He knows that if he stays square with Vera, it's going to be hard for Vera to armbar him or triangle him or anything like that. And then that allows Frankie to land some shots on Vera as much as he can. And regardless, here they're going to be giving this round to Frankie. Good scramble by Vera. That's what he needed to do. Oh, nice. Walks in, throws a nice elbow, does Vera. Vera knows he has to get these rounds back. Otherwise, he's potentially more or less lost this fight outside of a finish in the third. Because Frankie's got the first round for sure. I'd say he's winning this second round. And it puts Vera in a dangerous position for both he and for Frankie, because he's going to come for Frankie with all that he's worth. And he's also going to make himself susceptible and vulnerable to getting hit if he has to start really gunning for the win. Ooh, Frankie swinging a miss with the right hand, but does partially land though. Vera looking for the front kicks. I think the big problem though for Vera was that first round. He really gave it to Frankie without much. You know, he didn't really fight Frankie for that early takedown. He should have fought as hard as he could to get back to his feet and really made Frankie work. Oh, did he drop Frankie? Did he drop Frankie with a flying knee? I can't see if he actually dropped Frankie or not. Frankie again with another combination. There's 1 minute to go. You can tell that Frankie feels like he's done enough to have won this round. It'd be interesting to see if Frankie can nail another takedown now, and that will solidify the 2 rounds to him. Nice outside leg kick by Frankie. Kicks Cheeto's leg out from under him. Nice front kick by Cheeto. Cheeto's coming for Frankie. There's 18 seconds to go. He really has to pour it on. He does. See if he can steal this round back. I don't know if he caught Frankie there on an exit or if Frankie just slipped. There's 9 seconds to go. He hits Frankie with another scissor knee. I don't know if he's done enough to steal this round back. He's definitely coming after Frankie pretty strong. And he sticks his finger up at Frankie. But again, whatever. I don't know. I'll probably give those 2 rounds to Frankie. So I think, for example, my objective is for my daughter is to create healthy lifestyle habits as well. So, I try and put her on a surfboard or take her out to the beach as much as possible. But yeah, 18 months old, she started gymnastics. So I think if it's for the development, he kind of hit him on the chest. He didn't think. No, he didn't land the elbow either. So if it's, as long as you're doing that for those reasons, the objective is for healthy lifestyles, for fitness, for gross motor skill development and whatnot, then you can start them in gymnastics as early as possible. And I think gymnastics is a really, really good base for kids. It just encompasses so many gross motor skills. That are necessary to cross over for any sport. Um, was I hope it's just acute awareness. I've studied cognitive decline to some degree, but perceptions as we age about our memories are often negative, not accurate compared to the empirical tests. Yeah, I agree with that as well. I do. Um, and as soon as you get hit, dude, is it like you, it's not like it's not worth it. Like if you use your brain for a living, it's not worth getting hit in the head. It's just not. You know, Same as like people say to me, "Oh, you could still grapple," and I'm like, "Yeah, if somebody attacks me, I could still defend myself for sure, 100% for sure." But is it worth me like destroying my knees, whatever little is left of me, and my back to roll real hard with people at 42? For me, this is me personally. My injuries, I've got bad knees, and I can't play with my kids when I'm 50. Nah, for me, not. But other people it's different. Good for them. And other people don't have my injuries, so they might say, "Well, I'm 60 and I'm still going strong," and I think, "Good for you, like good for you." 3:49 to go. Vera's coming forward. Frankie goes looking for a single leg. Vera does a good job of defending. Right hand by Frankie. Ooh, Frankie cops some shots there in the exchanges. My heart's definitely with Frankie, actually, to be honest with you. But he's starting to look the worse for wear in this third round. And Vera's just pouring it on. Vera with a front kick. Oh, nice rip to the body by Frankie. Frankie scanning the peripheries of the octagon as Vera's just pouring it on now with 2:46 to go. He's really pressuring Frankie. Frankie scouting the outside. I don't know if Vera did enough to win the second round. You know what I mean? I really don't know if that was enough right at the end. Um, I don't know how the judges would have scored that second round. The first round was definitely to Frankie. This third round is looking definitely for Vera, but see, that was Vera at the end, and that always sticks in the judges' eyes. Vera comes forward, and Frankie's definitely putting the pressure on. Frankie's landing some nice shots to the body, though, too. Nice right hand lands by Frankie. Vera with another big high kick, left high kick, and another one to the body, and Frankie takes him down. Catches the kick and takes him down, but Vera's straight to his feet looking for a Kimura. Frankie holding him up against the cage. Vera turns. He's able to successfully defend the takedown. Frankie lands a little right hand. Vera swinging a miss with the left. Frankie hits him with the right. Vera fighting from the orthodox stance now, and which is he knocks Frankie out with a front kick down the pipe. My God, front kick down the pipe finishes Frankie Edgar. So sad, man. Yeah, I'm not an expert on cognitive decline and whatnot, but I do think yeah, I do think it's when you're aware of shit, it's different, dude. It's like me, I don't drink alcohol, I don't, and when I drink it, I feel like I've been poisoned, and the next day I feel like I've been poisoned. How much of that is psychological? I mean, probably there is a physiological component, but psychologically, definitely, I'm acutely aware of it. Marshall Smarter says he needs to adopt feet on the hips or chest and just push the guy if he's on his knees and up kick if he's standing. That is 100% right, sir. Um, as Bompa called it. Yeah, multilateral development, as Bompa called it. Yeah. And then definitely when she's a little older, my daughter will be I'll put her in a ball sport, whether it's basketball or soccer. I think they're like the hand-eye coordination, hand-foot eye coordination, um, and the ability to run, locomotion, be able to move side to side, play within a team, see if that's what they want to do. The social aspect, I think, yeah, the Hungarian hustler says, "Thank God for you, Fab. Was watching the fights at the pub, and just before the start of this, before the fight, they turned it over to the boxing. Absolutely furious, I am. I'm sorry to hear that, my brother. I'm sorry to hear that. We'll do our best for you." Um, Marshall Smarter says, "When you come visit, I won't ego roll you." There's no ego roll, dude. I can't roll properly anymore, dude. I just can't roll properly anymore. My knees are very, very bad. Hence why I went on that cycle with my daughter. Marshall Smarter says, "Remember when a bus couldn't knock Frankie Edgar out?" Yeah, man. I don't want to see it anymore, dude. I don't like seeing that. And he fought well for as long as he's going to fight. Marshall Smarter says, "I just hit 10 years without a drop last month." It's crazy. Yeah, no, man. Good for you. Good for you, man. I don't oh yeah, I think it's good, but you feel it, man. You feel it physiologically. Excuse me, physiologically and psychologically. I don't. Yeah, and when you're aware of what it does, it's a completely different thing. It's really really different. Marshall Smarter says positional stuff. Then laugh out loud on the mats for shits. Marshall Smarter says, "Oh, I'd be wrecked." Oh yeah, I'd be wrecked if you drank now. If you haven't drunk for 10 years, you'd be wrecked. It's bad, bad. Um, yeah. No, I think kids in sport is great. I think if you put your 5-year-old into any sport and you're going to be all over the kid and fucking with their heads, I don't think you should play. I don't think you'd like competition shouldn't, my opinion, and just a lot of the research, it should that should be held out for as long as possible. I think not that they can't compete, but the emphasis on competition should be held off for as long as possible. Um, and the ones that are going to rise, they're going to rise anyways. You know what I mean? Um, they don't need that crazy pushing from you. What a front kick, man, that he landed on Frankie Edgar. Poor old Frankie. That was sad, man. That was sad. Not he's not Cheeto's fault that it was sad and bittersweet, but yeah, it was sad and bittersweet for me. The the thing, one of the really good doco I watched, and the lady said it real simple. Um, it was, and I'm going to pronounce this wrong, and you people from the north of the Americas are going to correct how I pronounce it. Give me one sec. The um, Iditarod dog race, Iditarod. I don't know if I pronounced it correctly. Um, Now, what I was watching that, and one of the major things that they were talking about was like how they train those dogs to run those races, which don't seem fun to me. But and when they're all puppies, they get them, and like the major thing that they're trying to teach them is that um, running is fun. Like the dog races, like running is fun. That should be the major thing for the kids. And like fun doesn't mean like when I coach the little kids, like I started coaching little kids 3 years old when with in grappling and wrestling and that. And fun doesn't mean that like I'm Mister like hey haha, like I'm not that kind of person. Fun means that they amongst each other have fun and they enjoy the activities, not that necessarily they have no discipline or whatnot. And that's what I look for as well from the instructors. Like when I go to take my daughter to gymnastics, I'm watching my daughter. If she's having a laugh and she likes it, great. But I like that the instructors pull her up and say, "Don't don't do this, do that, da 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 da." Because like I think it's important for her development. First Australian says, playing football in the small country town I'm from, there was a ladder per se for junior comps like under 12s, under 14s, but nobody really started taking it seriously until you got up to under 18s. Yeah, the problem is, I don't know, like, because I'm not from a small country town. The problem is, man, like, just having worked with rugby league and that, um, like under 16s and even under 14s, like development teams, but under 16s, Harold Matthews and that is like a big deal. Like it's already a big fucking deal. And even prior to that, like the 14s developments and all of that, it's a pretty big deal. And I think like the selections for like under 12 New South Wales teams and stuff like that, it's big. So I think that that's the right idea for First Australian. What you wrote, but I don't know that it's everywhere. Marshall Smarter says Iditarod. Yeah, but did I pronounce it correct? Christian Lorenz says Fab Frankie did show good signs of fights still left in him. However, he did look more vulnerable compared to his past. Vera needs to work to continue on his grappling. Um, yeah, that's what I said though. I said like it's not whether or not he can fight. He can still fight. He can still beat anyone, but it's not like by the time you see the decline in him, it's too late. And like you've already seen the decline. Like um, it's the amount of damage you're taking year in, year out, training camp, fights, shots to the head at 41, 42. That means you've been taking shots to the head for 15 years, you know, hundreds, maybe thousands of shots a year. It's pretty crazy. Um, First Australian says once you got to under 18s, it was like, okay, come to training 3 times a week and actually take the shit seriously now in preparation and game day. Yeah, but I think as a country town, I don't know because I've never lived in a country town and I don't know, but um, yeah, like the rugby league in the city, for example, basketball in the city, it's big. Like the kids are training like 16s are training several times a day. Like if you play SG Ball or Harold Matthews, you go to a football school as well, like which more than likely you are. I'm just talking about rugby league here. You would have trained several times that day, three, four times that day, and that would be easily an under 16s. Easily. Maybe 15 years old for sure. Marshall Smarter says, shit, I was training for basketball three times a day in high school, morning shooting after yeah. Um, yeah. No, for sure. If you play Harold Matthews or something like that, you're under 15s, you'll have your the team you play for, you'll have training for your local club a lot of the times. You'll have your rep football that you do, school football, you have um yeah, you have a whole bunch of training that you would be doing. Josh Mo says, how long would Connor last in the Gaethje Chandler type 5 fight? They might he hits a lot like he did anyways, I don't know now, but he hits much cleaner than they do, like much cleaner. He's much more precise with his shots, so he could finish them in the first round, or it's gonna be real fucking ugly. But yeah, he's much more accurate with his shots. Uh, your pronunciation is fine, but your enunciation of Iditarod needs work. Can you write it phonetically for me, please? Paul Martin says, Fab? How's Mr. Fab from? Sorry, man, I can't read your. Are you the Scottish guy, Paul? Um, we're about to have the girls fight. If you could write it for me. First Australian says, yeah, agree, Fab. I played representatives 14s and 16s in a big city, but fell out of love with it. Went back home to the country and found my love for it again, mainly due to my coach back home. Yeah, like I'm all for the like I'm actually all for like I'm all for kids training and all of that and learning to train at 16, 17. But I think some of the stuff, how hard kids are being pushed at a certain age is a bit fucking stupid because that's like somatotype testing and that like being done when it's not even like and a lot of places don't that are smart. Like the somatotype testing doesn't really that matter that much until after puberty. You hear so much of look, basketball players are a really good example. Guys grow like 6 inches in from year 11 to year 12, or from year 10 to year 12. And it's completely different. And then there's guys that are being pushed like crazy at 14, but like they might not like it's yeah it's and they specializing. I think not being pushed isn't the problem. The specialization at such an early age is the problem. I think. Paul Martin says Scotland, brother. Yeah, I couldn't see the the flag properly. Iditarod. 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 Paul Martin says, we Muay Thai Paul from Loch Ness. You the man, Fab. Right back at you, sir. From Loch Ness even. Hey, are you familiar with Scotty McClue? Um, this fight should be interesting. But like I said, I think the big thing that Rose has is that she can whack, man. Um, which is rare for girls. But man, I did a rod. Ah, I did a rod. Marshall Smarter says Thug's training with Shevchenko too. Interesting. This is going to be interesting, man. Weili is Man, she's a good fighter too. She's a very impressive fighter as well. She's more or less unbeaten. She lost her first ever fight, but that's fine. Um, has a kickboxing background as well, so it's going to be interesting, man. I'm very very um, interested to see how she does in this rematch. And it was a quick finish as well. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you didn't really get to see them exchange. Um, First Australian says Rose can catch her on the way in every single time and put her away because she's got power. Weili, just in my opinion, is more accumulative over the rounds. She breaks your will to keep going. Could be. And like I said before, power in like having power in a lightweight division like this, in a division that's light, is in women's division is a big weapon. I'll be back. Joe Schmo says apparently Aussies saying rise up lights fast sounds like razor blades. I don't know. Marshall Smarter says I want to visit Scotland. Paul, where's the best jiu-jitsu? Marshall Smarter says rule number one: never travel to a place without good jiu-jitsu handy. DJ Vohm says, did Rose win? Nah, Rose is walking out right now, DJ. She's walking out right now as we speak. This is the most heartfelt embrace I've ever seen from any cornerman. Um, must be so hard watching your wife fight, dude. I can't even imagine that. I can't imagine that. It'd be fucking insane. Paul Martin says the big cities, bro. Edinburgh, Glasgow, Inverness, Aberdeen. Things are spreading good now. You find we gyms everywhere. I work all over and go to a local gym each week. Best way to prepare. Marshall Smarter says, cool idea. How does Rose loom? Marshall Smarter says, gym hopping is a good time. Yes, I enjoyed all of that back in the day. I don't, not anymore. Uh, Kane Curry says, I'll die seeing the missus fighting. Yeah, no, that's I can't even imagine that. I wouldn't be able to do it. Not even close. Like these are tiny, tiny girls. Bruce Buffer's doing the announcements. Paul Martin says, "Totally, boys. My lady's sleeping. If anyone hit her, I'd fucking 12 ball them. Never mind fighting." Yeah, it'd be hard, man. It'd be real hard to see that. You know what I mean? Like it's and fighting's very stressful. I think it's they got her as a favorite. They got Weili as a favorite at minus 125. Yeah, to be fighting in itself is stressful, you know, and like the relationships are so full on as well that it's hard if that was your wife. How dare you, Marshall Smartest? How dare you? Interesting fight. Plus 105 underdog. That's not a huge underdog though either. It's pretty like close fight. Paul Martin says, "What's your take, Mister Fab, on who wins this fight?" I don't know. I think it's a close fight, man. I think both girls are Rose. I always got to give the advantage to the one that can bang, and Rose can definitely bang. So she gets that nod from me. So that I always give that advantage, you know. Um, so yeah, we're off, people. We're off. We're off. We're off. We're off. We're off. We're off. Both girls in the orthodox stance. Wei Ling goes looking for a low kick but misses, and Rose got a good build for this division. Like she's long and like kind of big boned but thin, you know. Good build, and that is usually the kind of build where people hit hard as well. Again, Wei Ling is looking for uh, low kick. Zhang fainting, but from far away. I like how Rose changes stances too. Nice girls exchanging leg kicks, and they both trade shots. And 25 minutes is such a long time to fight. Nice. Ooh, nice low kick by Zhang. And then Namajunas hits her with a nice combination. Zhang looking for a takedown. gets the takedown on Namajunas. Namajunas elevates her with a hook, but Zhang passes. Like she's still in the half guard, but she jumped to the other side. She didn't get swept. She's got the underhook. She flattens Rose out. Rose's jiu-jitsu is good too. It's interesting then when you watch the girls, are very, very flexible, like with how they move. And that's why I'm saying, like with the girls, the big difference is the ones that are strong and can hit hard. And with the guys are because all guys are strong. The guys that are some guys are super strong, but generally all guys are strong. And the ones that have really good dexterity and flexibility are the ones that make the difference in the fight game. Nice ground and pound by Zhang. Rose gets to her feet. Great work by Rose. And Weili drags her back down. Rose gets back to her feet. 1 minute and 34 seconds to go. But the striking, honestly, Rose looks much more dangerous striking, much more. Oh, and both girls swinging hard for the fences here. But Zhang does not have the same pop that Rose does. Not even close. Not to say that she can't stop Rose, but Rose has much more pop in her shots. Oh, Rose hit her with a little hook over the top there. Zhang with a swing and a miss with the right hand. First Australian says Plant is beating Canelo through 5 rounds at the moment, apparently. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, did she catch her? Hit her with a big right hand. Did Rose? There's 5 seconds to go. I don't know if she caught her with a front kick or if Zhang slipped. My God, but they haven't landed flush any of Rose's shots, and the grappling disparity isn't enough. And I think that Zhang is going to start to get tired. It's hard to be able to take someone down like the way that she did over and over, and then not really have a massive advantage on the ground. Anyways, it's a lot of energy, and we're off people. Second round, another nice leg kick by Zhang. Interesting, man. Because has got welts along her leg there, and that kick seemed to have taken her balance. Like it, Rose is definitely aware of that leg kick. Like it's definitely gotten Rose's attention. The leg kick. Oh, nice leg kick from Rose. The right hand and a leg kick. Rose goes looking for a front kick up the middle. Such a high-end fight. Rose continuing to lift the left leg up to be ready for a check at any time. But she's doing that more now. And oh, that exchange from both girls. Oh, she catches Zhang then. Zhang answers back but misses. Zhang wants that low kick. She wants that low kick, but Namajunas keeps checking. Like even though there's no kick coming, she just keeps putting the shin out there, which is smart, which is good because you don't want to be hit more times than you need. So she's throwing the check out in anticipation. They're going to catch each other with one of those right hands that they're both throwing at the same time. She throws a front kick down the middle, does Rose. Oh, both girls swing and both girls miss, but there was a leg kick landed again by Zhang. That one seemed to land more on the thigh and not just behind the knee. Yeah, Rose is much more fluid with the striking, much more fluid. It's just the thing is though, if Zhang can just keep going like this for the next, you know what I mean? Oh, she wobbles her. She wobbles her. Did Zhang? Did she wobble her or was she off balance? I'm not sure. Depends what the judges saw as well. That right kick landed as well. And as she catches Rose again, there's a minute and 40 seconds to go, and she gets Rose to the ground again. Is she going to be able to land some shots here? Oh, Rose with a little cheeky up kick. Is Zhang going to be able to create some damage? Because see, the problem is that that round, whilst I had Rose winning, was still pretty tight. Now the question is what's going to happen here and what's going to happen here in the eyes of the judges. Zhang does land a couple of shots there. Rose able to get to her feet. 1 minute to go. Ooh, she hits Zhang with a nice right hand. Both girls tussling there for a takedown, I believe. Again, Zhang looking for the takedown in the clinch here. Rose gets Zhang to the ground. Very interesting. 27 seconds to go. She's past the guard. She's past the guard. She's controlled the wrist. Nine seconds to go. Seven, six, five, four, three, two, one. Oh, tough round. Real tough round, that one. I think Rose won that round. Paul Martin says Rose is too sneaky. Methinks Fab. I reckon she's going to shut her out. Um, Paul Martin says, I want the world back, people. My local shop robbed me and I reacted. So I'm coming to Australia to bring Nessie with me. All's good with the nearest gym fan once I hit the rock. Um, I No, I think Rose is starting to get on top of her as well. So far, it's probably around a piece, but with the momentum going Rose's way, in my opinion. Um, Having said that, who knows what the trajectory of this fight holds? I'll be back in 1 second. Third round. Hold on, I'm gonna. Kira, vení acá con papá. So Rose is minus 105 favorite now. Okay, Mina. Look. Yeah. Shirts. Yeah, they have to have their shirts on. 401 to go. Inside kick by Zhang, but Rose Namajunas answers with an outside kick immediately.
Daddy, look here.
Yes. Rose fainting and keeping Zhang on the peripheries of the octagon. She's doing a fantastic job of controlling that distance without actually like taking shots or getting hit or wasting energy. Oh, nice check hook there by Zhang. Oh, big cricket bowl pitch by Zhang. Misses. Zhang also loads up so much. It's not very energy efficient. And when you miss, man, when you load up and miss, it's hard. It takes a lot of your energy.
Daddy, look, Daddy.
Yeah, that's okay. Nice little body kick there by Zhang.
Kiva.
Yeah. Zhang Rose with a nice little inside leg kick. Rose has done a good job of stopping that leg kick though coming through. That was she would like Zhang was having a good success landing some of those leg kicks, and Rose has been able to shut that down. Oh, both girls exchanging, and she drops Zhang. She drops Zhang. Zhang's back up to her feet. She's got an underhook, and she's looking for good head control here. Rose is doing a good job of defending. It looked like she dropped it. It might have been a slip, but it looked like she dropped it from this angle from what I saw. If she did drop it, then this is going to be her round, and it's 2 rounds to 1 for Rose. They exchange leg kicks. Rose getting the better of every exchange at this point. 1 minute and 13 seconds to go. Another low kick landed by Zhang. 59 seconds to go. Ooh, both girls exchange big shots. Oh, she lands a big left hook on Rose. Rose took that left hook flush, man. Ooh. Rose has to be careful sometimes coming into that space, and Zhang's waiting for her, and Zhang swings for the fences. Now Zhang looking for a takedown. She gets the takedown. She gets it to takedown with 29 seconds to go, takes Rose's back, hasn't sunk the hooks in. He's looking for one of the hooks, but Rose is defending. Now she's managed to lock down one of Rose's feet, and she's looking to take her back and sink the hooks. She's winning this exchange of grappling, so to speak. She's got one hook. She's taken both hooks. Rose is doing a good job of defending. She ends up on the bottom. She ends up on the bottom with 3 seconds to go, with Zhang scoring some strikes there. I don't know if that's enough to steal that round. I don't know if she got dropped. If she got dropped, it's a different story. If she got dropped in that earlier in the fight, it's a different story. If not, Rose probably still takes that round. First Australian says Rose is a class advantage over Zhang. Round 8, Canelo coming on strong, but plant right in it. I agree that Rose overall looks better, but Zhang has some really nice moments, man. She has some really nice moments. Look, I kind of have her written off, and then boom, she comes back into the fight. So I'm very impressed with Zhang as well, because there are times where I'm like, yeah, nah, Rose is going to run away with this, and then she does this and finishes the round in mount. And I don't know how the judges score that. I don't know how, because it's not like she got beat from pillar to post, in the rest of the fight either. I've got to assume that Rose is winning this. I'd say round going into round four, but if she is, it's probably only 2 rounds to one. Well, Rob Tatum has a 30-27 as Zhang. Well, I don't agree with that. Um, I probably had, um, yeah, I don't have like a lot of the people here writing that it's 3 rounds to Zhang. I don't have it 3 rounds to Zhang in my opinion, but I could be horrendously wrong. I've been wrong before. Um, the first round definitively I'll give to Zhang. The second one from memory I'll give to Rose. But now another takedown by Zhang. Rose with the up kicks gets Zhang down. I disagree with the people writing that Zhang has 3 rounds up. I don't see that in the same fight. But that's me. I don't know. Somebody that wrote that she is short limbed. It looks like she just swings for the fences, but she's just too far away. And that's what I mean. It's just funny because that's how big the discrepancy can be. I probably got it 2 to 1, maybe it could be 2 to 1 either way. I probably got a 2 to 1 for Rose. Rose defended that. Zane takes her back, drags Rose to the ground, and once again goes looking for her back and looking to sink the hooks in. Rose is defending. She's got a 2-on-1 on that hand, so she's got two hands on the wrist, which doesn't allow Zhang to get that free to either strike or advance her position. But at the same time, Zhang's still staying patient. She's controlling her ankle with her right leg, and that doesn't. Oh no, she hasn't got the ankle control. I thought she did. Um, but still, she's looking for the hooks, and this is where the women it's really interesting because they're so flexible, man. And she has one hook in. She's going to look for the second hook. Is Rose going to be able to defend and take this? See, what Rose is generally going to be looking for is to get one of her shoulders to the ground and slide her back flat on the ground. But that will probably give Zhang the mount. Zhang's going to try and milk this for all it's worth as well, I believe. So she's got her hooks in. She's got to be careful. She's ended up on the bottom, which is not what she wanted. That's definitely not what she wanted to end up on the bottom. Now let's see what she does with this. She's landing some elbows on Rose. She went looking for a sweep. Now she's looking for a deep half. Is she gonna get it? She's got it. She's in deep. Yeah. Rose switches. Zhang still got the closed guard. 1 minute and 58 seconds to go. Rose is landing some ground and pound. Fourth round. 152 to go. Rose is doing a good job of staying there, which is not good for Zhang here to be flat on her back. Please. Say please. No, say please. Okay. It's very interesting. The significant strikes, they got Zhang winning the significant strikes where I don't agree with that.
Okay.
Nice. Rose is trying to pass guard and she's trying to land some ground and pound. Um, 45 seconds to go. Not a huge amount of damage done by Rose, but Zhang's definitely struggling to do anything from this position here. Lands a little hammer fist, does Zhang. $13 to go. I I don't know how the judges are scoring this fight. I don't know if I don't know. I don't know if it's 2 rounds apiece. I don't know if it's 3-1 to Rose or 3-1 for Zhang. I really don't. I have Rose winning the fight in my opinion. This is going into the 5th round. Sing Paul. Chuck Les says, "What is a significant strike?" I think a significant strike is very subjective um, measurement. Like I don't know what a significant strike is for people, and it depends as well. Like what background you are. Like if you're a Muay Thai guy, you are going to say that a significant strike are the leg kicks. If you're a boxer and you've never been kicked in the legs, then you're probably going to say that it's not that big of a deal. So I don't know. And it depends. Like it just really depends. This is going into the 5th round. They're about to kick off the 5th round. Marshall Smarter says, no, well, those back takes were very, very impressive, in my opinion. Joseph says, Canelo just stopped Plant round 11. She forgot a mouth guard. I think she forgot a mouth guard or she dropped it. I don't know. Oh, Zhang with a little combination. But I'll give her this. She is a little energizer bunny that just keeps swinging for the fences. Please. Oh, give me in. I don't know how they've. Oh, Rose with a nice takedown. What a takedown by Rose. Good work, Rose Namajunas. Wow. I have Rose winning as well. Martial Smartest and Zhang's arms, yes, are very, very tiny. They're tiny little arms. Yep. She's elevating Rose now, though. She's looking for a leg lock. She's got a foot almost in the hip there. I wonder if she's going to be able to cut this angle to get that foot through. Rose punches her in the face a couple of times rather impolitely for her troubles. Zhang's got she's using a butterfly, so she's not closing the guard, which is better, honestly, it's better. She can't afford now. Okay. Now she goes going to say she can't afford to close the guard and stay in now in the 5th round like that, which she's opened the guard now. She's looking for some up kicks and she hits Rose a bunch of times. She throws she's throwing those up kicks pretty viciously as well. Zhang's doing a good job of opening the guard. Rose powers back through and gets inside the guard. There's 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this round. I think Rose is going to win this fight. Rose has got the good shoulder pressure. Zhang's doing a good job of keeping her shields up. Rose passes to the other side, regains guard. Does Zhang? Zhang goes again looking for that heel hook, doesn't get it, throws the up kicks. Now she's looking for a triangle with those little legs. I don't think it's going to happen. Shout out to all those people out there with little legs. Elbows from smash pass should be introduced into the school system, Marshall Smartest. Throwing the up kicks crazily is Zhang with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. She's going to lose. I think she's losing this fight. Unless I'm terribly wrong here. I don't really see how she wins this fight like this. You're welcome. 46 seconds to go. I think Rose is going to keep doing this, and Zhang's going to keep doing that. Zhang's trying to throw the elbows up from the bottom and the up kicks, but she's not trying to get up anymore. Like, she's not really trying to get up. 26 seconds to go. I don't see any submissions coming from Zhang. $11. 3, 2, 1. I think Rose definitely won that fight. Yep. Got my offsider here today. Hungarian Hustler says, I'm still pissed off. I don't see how Zhang could have won that fight. But some people had it scored 3-0 for Zhang. I don't really see how she won this fight. Because if they had scored a 3-0 for Zhang, then those 2 rounds, if Rose won the last 2, wouldn't matter. Zhang won them. I didn't score. The only definitive round, the definitive round that Zhang may have won, definitive though, may have been the first. I don't even know if that is definitive enough. She definitely had her moments in the fight, though. I'll give her that. She definitely had her moments. Were they enough to win the fight? I doubt it. She had some really good moments in some of the fight. And round 5 was all Rose. I don't see how it could be scored. Marshall Smartest, that right hand switch to ouchie. To an ouchie. See the ouchie? Oh, she saw it too, the ouchie. um, is that the actress Halle Berry? Is that her? And that's Dana White. They don't even look like they're the same species. It's so funny. Yes, this is a podcast. Yeah, Rose won that. Wow. Oh. All right, I'll be back, people, in a second. And the Hungarian hustler says, Fab has the runs, people. We should be back soon, a couple of pounds lighter. No, I'm just trying to keep my daughter from not breaking everything in the house. Um, so now we have Colby versus Usman. And like I said, guys, before, um, this will be the last podcast I'm able to do more or less regularly just because it's been yeah, life's gonna get very, very it's been crazy for me, but it's gonna get crazier the next 6 months or so. I'm expecting a new baby. Like we're gonna keep that one. We're not gonna trade her in, but we're getting a new one as well, a newer model. And then at the same time, yeah, just a whole bunch of projects that have been put on the back burner, not by me, but by being during lockdown and COVID and that. They're all starting to come to fruition now. So I'm all over the place, you know. So very, very busy. Plus some renovations that we'll be doing. So pretty crazy. Um, Joseph, Coach, if this is the last podcast for a while, I just want to say congrats on the new addition to the fam and Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year and all that jazz. Looking forward to the next one. Nah, man, thank you so much. And like I said, like it's not so much it'll be the last one per se. It's just that everyone that listens, that like the people that listen that are always watching every weekend and that I just more want to give that courtesy to you guys to say, look, we're not going to be able to do it every weekend or with the regularity that we have in the past for now, just because I've got two little kids, two under two, man, two under two. That's pretty insane. So yeah, Joseph says, "P.S. Thanks again for the Grange TV neon sign." No, thank you for everything, mate. Thank you for supporting. Um, the Hungarian Hustler says, "Don't worry, Fab. We appreciate all you have done, and we will be here when you get back. We will be back, mate. We will continue to do this." Yeah, you, my co-host. I should have two co-hosts soon by the time I'm back. It's also like it's a tough time here for us. Yes, this is a podcast. Um, because it's like bang smack in the middle of the Sunday, which is like kind of like a day off. Like if it was like maybe late at night on a Saturday night or something, then I could probably get away with it. But to spend the whole Sunday, this is a podcast. It is, and how perceptive she is. She knows this is a podcast. Good for her. Um, Joseph says now we are all stuck with the UFC commentators. Um, Marshall Smarter says the Resistance Radio will be back. Oh, we will be back, man. Le Resistance will be back. We will be back, mate. Don't you worry. Just got to get a few things in order first. Great. Now we are stuck with horse medicine, man. I don't know who that is, but yeah, I will be back, my friend. I will definitely be back. I don't even think I'm going anywhere. Just not as often, that's all. Chuck Les says, Fab, thank you, good luck. Oh no, thank you, man. We will be back, man. We will definitely be back. And it'll just be more sporadic. It'll be I can do this card, I'll do this card. I can do that card, I'll do this card, More like that. Michael Page says, thanks for the podcast. You've helped me learn so much about MMA since Grange TV. Good luck with everything and the new kitty. Thank you, sir. This isn't a wholesome future for Canadians, says fake news. First Australian says Joe Rogan. And Marshall Smarter says Viva la Resistance. Also right, sir. Also right. Oh, that's so amazing. It's gonna. Joseph says, treat this like when Jay-Z retired, then released an album 6 months later. Something like that. Something like that. Does anyone know? Does Jay-Z and Beyonce, do they have kids? This is an area of concern for me. If somebody could let me in on it. And if not, what are they going to do with all their money? And do they need it all? Asking for a friend. It's going to be interesting to see if Colby engages a little bit more wrestling on Kamaru this time around. First Australian says they've got like 2 or 3. Ah, okay. The Dark Lord says, did you ever notice Tom Cruise has a tooth in the middle of his mouth? No, but I do know that he's a wrestler. So I give him a little bit of respect, that he wrestled back in the day. I think Jay Leno was a wrestler too. Ay, mi amor, qué lindo. Ay, qué lindo. Well, I just want these guys for it to kick off now with these two dudes. Let's get this fight done. I've been here almost 5 hours. I was super impressed by Alex Pereira, man. Super impressed. Kept his composure when he got taken down and just, man, that knee came out of, dude. The Dark Lord says he'd kill me with or without wrestling, that madman. DJ Bohm says, and he does a lot of his own stunts. A lot. I'm sure there's a lot of wiggle room in that word, a lot. What is it exactly? How much? I don't know. He's a tiny guy, but tiny, adorable little guy. Colby Covington. The problem with Colby is that his shtick is so like it's so lame that it's almost like you don't hate him anymore. It's just so like you know what I mean? He should like if you really wanted to I don't know. I can't take him serious more than anything. Has it started? No, Sing Paul, it has not started. DJ Bohm says, and he's pushing 60. Yeah, but I also would say he'd be on every peptide and growth hormone and testosterone known to man. The Dark Lord says, I like that he's at least not boring. Well, he's not terribly exciting either, if you're talking about Colby. He's like an immature kid, yelling stuff. First Australian says, like Alex Baldwin type stunts. Something like that, for sure. So I believe Colby's walking out now. Joseph says Colby should talk to Connor about how to properly play the bad guy. I don't know what's up with Connor. I don't know if he's playing the bad guy anymore. First Australian says he's a fantastic trash talker. He's the living embodiment of a Call of Duty modern warfare lobby. I don't know what that means, but I don't find him to be that good at trash talk, to be honest with you. I find him, he's really cringy. That's how I find him, just really, really cringy. If we're talking about Colby, the Dark Lord says, I'd take an immature kid over conceive, believe, achieve. Yeah, I don't like honestly the believe, dream, achieve dudes that do that. It's cringy. Like it's really like um yeah, it's weird. I don't like it. That's cringy as well. It's disingenuous a lot of the times. Joseph says Colby's fans are cringy as well. Oh, dude. Yeah, big time. Mexi says, what if they believe though? Oh no, they believe. There's no doubt that they believe. My wife is making Peruvian chicken and rice today, so I'm really looking forward to dinner, people. Really looking forward to dinner. First Australian, a COD lobby is an online first person shooting game. The lobbies were just 16-year-old kids telling each other they slept with each other's mums, etc. Wow. That's him, though. You're right. That is him. What if that's who they are? They are conceivers and achievers, laughing my ass off. Man, like that's like saying, what if they're rapists? I still despise them. Um, what's Peruvian chicken? It's chicken from Peru. Now the chicken's from fucking Steggles probably, but it's the way it's just the way it's prepared. Hold on one second, baby. What is Peruvian chicken? Chicken and rice cooked in the same dish with a coriander broth. I'm really into it. The Dark Lord says they told each other way worse things than that. Um, Mexi says laughing my ass off. First Australian, yes, but we won't get into that at the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord says it's anarchy in a COD lobby. And the Nigerian Nightmare, that is his nickname, is it not? Is about to walk out now. Kamaru Usman. Like initially in the first fight, I really wanted Kamaru to win, but now in this fight, I'm kind of like in the middle. I don't really care. It'd be interesting to see what Colby does if he wins a belt. Um, and his legion of fans. But I don't know. I don't really care to be honest with you. I think Kamaru has hit some really good form. It's going to be very hard for Colby to get the win. That's my take on it. Oh, look at this.
Again?
Um,
Again, Daddy. Again.
whoa. Marshall Smarter says, tell your wife to keep the chicken legs in next time. Kamaru keeps finding spare pairs to walk in on. I just want to let you know, mate, that hits home pretty hard for me because I am also the proud owner of a pair of wind cutters, mate. Pair of wind cutters that I use as legs. So I understand the chicken legs. It hurts. It really does hurt us thin-legged folk. You have now made me Usman fan because we got to stick together. It could be. It could be a clean sweep for Trevor, but I don't know. Joshua Kirstein says such cute baby jargon. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I wonder. I wonder how this is going to go. Joseph says the thoughts of Marshall Smartest are his and his alone and do not reflect the show, the Fair One podcast. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. The old getaway sticks. Marshall Smartest says, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Trust me, I've used the old getaway sticks many, many a time. Okay. My daughter is here oblivious to the fact that I'm running one of the most successful podcasts ever known to man. And she's creating noise and whatnot. The Dark Lord says it's going to be funny either way. I think it is going to be funny regardless of who wins and even how they win. You know. DJ Bohm says you think takedowns will come into play? Possibly. I think they're very evenly matched. Um, and I think they both stay current with their grappling. So it's going to be, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. I thought Kamaru was older actually. So okay, that's interesting. Hall says how much longer till they start fighting? 5 minutes, 3 minutes. Everything's pretty much identical except for the reach. Kamaru's got significantly longer reach. DJ Bohm says they both took Woodley down. Yeah, I don't doubt that they would. Especially by the time they fought Woodley, you know what I mean? Marshall Smarter says it's crazy that Colby is older than me. It's like looking into the future and seeing the past. Chill says, Fab, who do you think shoots first? Colby. I think Colby will shoot first. Hold on 1 second. My daughter's gonna break my phone. Baby. Thank you, baby girl. Thank you. No, no. No, it's okay. Come here. Come. She's exactly like her mum. Even if she does something wrong, she's still in the right. She thinks she's I'm wrong now. Uh yeah, so let's see what happens. Vení, Kira, vení acá. Marshall Smarter says he will shoot off a combo marching forward into the cage, I bet. Yeah, I think he has to try and make Usman work. But Usman's a very good wrestler, dude. Very good wrestler. Like he's got very good high level credentials as a wrestler himself. Just for anyone that doesn't know, I can smell the chicken from here. It's killing me. Marshall Smarter says, damn, the invincibility cloak of ignorance strikes again. DJ Vohm says, I wonder how much heavier Usman is inside the ring. Usman's not that much bigger, if at all, than thing. They're built different. But Colby's like a big dude, he's got a big head, like he's broad, he's a different they're different builds. I've seen them both together, and Usman was like smaller than I thought he'd be, and Colby was bigger than I thought he'd be. Don't get me wrong, Usman's still a very put together dude, but they just got different kind of builds. The Dark Lord says, and he's thicker, like he's got thicker bones, thicker joints, thicker kind of like his legs are thicker as well than Usman's. The Dark Lord says, do I really think Kamaru's striking is that much better? I feel like the reason he KO'd George was because George was playing. Burns is also not known for striking. Um, Whether he was playing or not has got nothing to do with anything. That's on George. Um, I think their striking was at a similar level when they first fought. I haven't seen enough of Colby since then to be able to tell you whose striking is that much better. I kind of have to go with Usman in that regard, but who knows? Marshall Smarter says, me too. I wish someone just put a dash of squats on them legs. Oh, Marshall Smartest, you don't know what we go through, mate, having chicken legs. You really don't know. Nor do you care, Marshall Smartest. Nor do you care. You know, let's go. We're off. Colby switching stances from southpaw to orthodox, but I imagine that a lot of this fight is going to be played out with Colby in the southpaw stance and Usman in the orthodox stance as Usman controls the center of the cage. Usman goes looking for a jab, and Colby tries to counter with a hook. Straight left from Colby. Front kick down the middle by Usman. Again, what you need to utilize here in these situations is that front kick. It's a very, very good high percentage move. Both guys switch to orthodox, and Colby goes looking for a calf kick. Interesting. Back in the southpaw stance is Colby. He goes looking for a single. He's in deep on the single Olympic lift from Usman. Defends a takedown rather well. Gets a front headlock on Colby. Colby looking to arm drag out. Good work by both guys. That was a good exchange. But you have to wonder as well, like if Colby backs himself to have the better cardio, if he can make Usman work, whether it's defending takedowns, creating scrambles. Interesting. Definitely Usman got the better of the exchanges though. Of that exchange then. Oh, nice little left hand by Colby. Usman with a right hand of his own. Usman switches to southpaw. Stock. Two minutes and 18 seconds to go. Nice exchange here by both guys. Usman definitely the predator here, stalking, moving forward on Colby. Usman deep on that double, gets it down. Colby goes looking for the guillotine, doesn't get, and Colby scrambles straight back to his feet, goes looking for a left high kick. But I enjoy watching the folk style wrestling exchanges. I think that the way they escape and that the way that they get back to their feet is fantastic. It's really, really a niche, but so important and so effective form of grappling. That's lost. Like it doesn't. I don't think any other form of grappling emphasizes that as much. No, it doesn't. No, there's no other one that does. So that is to wrestling what the Ippon is to judo, like the escapes and the rides of folk style. And grappling as a whole is such a never ending learning. Oh, he hits him with a big left hand, does Usman. Hits Colby nice. And Usman's definitely getting the better of the striking exchanges for sure. Both guys defended each other's respective takedowns quite well. Both guys scrambled back to their feet. But this round, in my opinion, is all Usman. By a fair stretch, too. Like it's still only a 10-9, but still by a fair stretch, Usman. This is actually a tough matchup for both these guys, man. They're both very similar to each other. Um, Metal Assassin says, "Morning, coach. Help! I'm sweating more than them." Fair enough. Um, he's got a cut under his right eye. Does Colby, but it's under the eye. Looked like it was done from a head clash. Chuckler says, can we call that round a draw? Nah, I think Usman won that round. I think. Oh, Usman with a powerful combination after the left high kick from Colby. He keeps looking for that right uppercut, does Usman. Hold on a sec. Kira. And hence why it's getting crazy in this household, my friend. 350 to go in the second round. That uppercut, Colby dips his head, and it's right in the way of the uppercut of Usman. And their wrestling more or less cancels each other's out, you know? But it's good that Colby has to keep initiating the takedowns. He has to. That's a good kick from that orthodox to southpaw stance from Usman. Colby goes looking. When Colby switches to orthodox, it's called. Oh, there's that uppercut. When Colby switches to orthodox, it's because he's looking for the calf kick. And he throws that left high kick. It's not a good kick the way he's throwing that left high kick. There it is. There's the calf kick. But he needs to throw a lot more volume of those kicks to really put a stop to Usman coming forward. From the south, when he's in southpaw, when Colby's in southpaw, Usman's looking for that uppercut. You watch. Because Colby dips his head. See how he dips his head to the left? That's when Usman's looking for that uppercut. Oh, Colby hits him with a little right hand. Then Colby's looking for a double leg here. Usman's got a modified half Nelson there on Colby's left arm, and that's not going to happen. It's not. He's not going to get that from there. Great defense there by Usman. Colby now picks up the single leg. Usman's still in very good position there. The way he's got the weight over Colby's head, and then he uses his left leg as a shield and the wizard to push the shoulder down and break the posture. Those shoulder strikes are very, very annoying. Oh, nice calf kick by Usman himself on Colby. Oh, the exchanges are coming fast and wild there. Faster and wild. There was a boxing coach at a place I used to train, and that he was not very technical at all, and he used to just scream at the kids, "Faster and wilder!" as they used to hit the punching bags at the at place I used to train many moons ago. Faster and wilder. That was all the oh! Colby gets dropped. Usman hits him again. Usman knocks Colby down again. Colby's in all sorts of trouble. He's on roller skates. There's 20 seconds to go. Is he going to be able to get saved by the bell? He shoots a double. Usman's got the front headlock, takes him, holds him up against the cage. Colby shoots a single. It's in deep. He's got his head inside. There's 9 seconds to go. Usman's got to watch the back of the head. Usman's able to land shots to the body. 2, 1, time. Whoa! I scared my daughter too. He dropped him twice in that round towards the end. Big shots by Usman. Yeah, she left. She was a hardcore Colby supporter. Wow. Colby's in a lot of trouble, dude. In a lot of trouble. I don't even know that he knows where he is, dude, to be honest with you, properly. Caught him with a left hand, dropped him, then missed him with that uppercut. Boom, caught him with a left hand again and dropped Colby again. Colby still has his faculties, dropped his head. Boom, the left hook was on the button. And then the other left hook comes over the top. Boom, on the button again. I scared my co-host, actually. Well, the longer they take, the better it is for Colby. No, baby girl, no. We're off, people. This is the third round. I have it all for Usman, and that possibly was a 10-8 round. Short of Colby catching Usman, I don't know. I don't need the paper, baby. Thank you. Yep, thank you very much. Oh, Colby goes with a right hook, left high kick. That rung his bell, man. I'm telling you right now, he would not be okay going into this round. Usman slowly coming forward. Shoots a jab. Oh, now he fakes low, looking for that single leg. Colby with a lead uppercut of his own. Colby fakes low, looking to go high with the left hand. Jabs does Colby. Look. Yeah. Lead right hand from Colby. The problem is that Usman has an answer for all of Colby's work. You know, there's nothing that I like that Colby's been able to do really that's putting Usman out of his game. There's a marked difference in the striking ability of the two. Well, not necessarily in the ability, but definitely in the technical ability of the two. Colby looks exactly the same as their last fight, and Usman looks like he's improved. Front sprawled out into the front headlock position. He's landing a lot of shots to the body of Colby. Colby's still in the southpaw stance. Nice shots landing by Colby. Nice shots there by Colby. Nice little front kick down the pipe. But Usman is very composed. Very, very, very composed. Nice boxing by Usman. And that's what people are asking about the Khamzat fight. Like, obviously, I think Khamzat's a better wrestler, but can he do that? Can he out wrestle him for 5 rounds, and can he outbox Usman? I don't know. Our wrestling, I haven't seen Khamzat enough, like going to a second, third, fourth round. You know. Absolute, really good shutdown by Usman. Really, really good shutdown by Usman. Usman leans back. Oh, they're striking in the pocket now. That's what I want to see. I want to see these guys. I want to see that. I don't always want to see it, but I actually do like watching these guys where they go in the pocket. Oh, nice rip to the body by Usman. Colby hits him Colby's starting to land a few there on the counter. Usman slides out of the way there. Colby deep on a double, looks to take the back, rides Usman over. Usman back to his feet. Colby rides him over. There's 11 seconds to go. Colby doing his best to try and ride Usman over, but he's not going to be able to do anything even if he gets it. He lands a few uppercuts and a few little shots there in the middle, and he lands a little hook on the break on Usman. A little bit of taunting going backwards and forwards from both guys. Marshall Smarter says, they look like they like each other more when they're fighting each other. It's weird. I agree with you. Christian Lorenz says, sorry, Fab, but I do see Hamza getting a takedown on Kamaru if they fought. Oh, I see him getting a takedown on Kamaru, but that's not the same as out wrestling him for 25 minutes whilst he's outboxing him. And that's what I'm saying. I don't know that he can do that. You know, I think if they were to wrestle, Hamza would win for sure. Christian Lorenz says, Baby Chino's in the color commentary. She's gone nuts. The knock to Colby's head may have improved his thinking. Yeah, probably. All right, people. We're about to start. First Australian, Colby looked like he was looping his left hooks a little bit, which is a dangerous game to play when the other fighter is a lot quicker than you are on the feet. True that, mate. Well, straight punches are quicker anyways, and Usman tends to be quicker than Colby like that. Which, honestly, I don't know if Usman's quicker, but he punches straighter, so that makes his punches quicker. Because I always found, and I still do, find him rather mechanical. But see, Colby had a little bit of success later in the round with the takedowns, with that takedown attempt. It'd be interesting if he can. Oh, he hits Usman. He hits Usman with a nice little left hand. Nice little exchange there. Oh, there's the uppercut from Usman. Colby keeps dropping his head in that direction. Oh, Usman's got that uppercut waiting. Nice little jab by Usman. .348 to go in the fourth round. Straight right hand by Usman down the pipe. Usman goes looking for a rip to the body. Jab by Usman. Nice little left hand by Colby. Colby looks to have come alive a little bit.
Daddy's shoulders.
Oh, good combination there. Colby with a little right hand and answers by Usman. Both guys trade a pair of shots right there. Colby goes looking for a left high kick, taken on the gloves by Usman. 1-2 by Colby. Usman goes looking for a counter, holds back on it, then comes out with a jab. 1-2 by Usman. Then Usman goes looking for the body. Nice mix-up by Usman. Nice little uppercut catches Usman. Left hand catches Usman again. Not big shots, but they are landing. Again, Colby drops his level, goes looking for a double leg, and Usman finds a home for his uppercut. Colby hits him with a left hand lead. Usman goes looking for another angle, drops his level a little bit, and he's looking for that right hand of his. Feints the kick. Jab from Usman. Usman once again with a level change, and I expect to see that right hand come over the top now. Nice work from Usman. Nice little left hand by Colby. 1:54 to go in this fourth round. Colby once again looking for that left high kick. Oh, nice little shot lands by Usman. Usman's able to slide out of the way much more efficiently than Colby does to avoid any damage. A lot of now they're up in close fighting in the phone booth. Usman swinging, but he gets caught with the right hand of Colby's. 1 minute and 15 seconds to go in the fourth round.
Daddy, look.
Yeah.
Mommy,
Both
look.
guys exchanging.
Come.
They're slipping. It's pretty slippery out there, it seems. That both of those guys slipped a little bit. In deep on another double leg is Colby. Goes to reshoot. Pushes Usman up against the cage. Gets in deep again. This round is a lot closer for Covington. He's saying that he's holding onto his gloves, I believe. There's 21 seconds to go. Nice little elbows over the top from Colby on Usman. 12 seconds to go. 10. Oh, nice exchange. He wobbles Usman. He wobbles him. That's clean. I can't remember all the rounds, and I'm not judging the fight. I'm just commentating. I give that round to Colby. I don't know if I give him any of the others from memory, but one of them was a 10-8 round anyways. So I think Colby needs a stoppage. Unless, I don't know, unless he won, unless it's two apiece, which I can't see how it's two apiece. Marshall Smarter says, Colby got knocked into next week, matured, then came back to fight this round. Going into the fifth, you've got to have Usman ahead, I would imagine. Even if it was two apiece, which I'm not saying it was, even if it was two apiece, one of Usman's rounds was a 10-8. But maybe Colby's coming on with better cardio. I don't know. 5 minutes to go. I'd say Usman is ahead and Colby needs a stoppage. That'd be me. First Australian says, I've noticed that Usman has started to swing blindly with his head down when exchanging in the pocket. If I see it, Colby's coaches do front kick down the pipe. Yeah, front kick or a knee up the middle. I do think Usman has slowed down a little bit, which is not surprisingly. They've been fighting for 5 rounds. It's going to be interesting if Colby's not too gassed. Oh, pair of punches exchanged there. Both guys landed. Oh, nice right hand by Usman. Colby with a nice little uppercut. He catches Usman again on the way in. Oh, he catches Usman again. Not flush, but he definitely catches him. He switches. He goes for a double leg now. Usman has the front headlock. Colby has to arm drag out of this and keep that. He was landing some shots there, but I do believe he has to finish Usman. I have a scab on the top of my head. My daughter's picking on the cut. She's such a gremlin. Goes swinging for the fences with that right uppercut. Does Colby. He's had some success with it. I know, baby. Thank you. Usman's definitely slowed down and his shots are coming more laborious. There's 3 minutes to go. I think Usman is definitely winning this fight. Oh, he goes looking for a high kick, front kick. Colby lands a little left hand there. Yeah, there's an ouch on Daddy's head. Yeah. Nice jab by Usman. Oh, Colby covers up. Well, win, lose, or draw, you'd have to see this Masvidal fight with Colby, surely. Okay, he goes looking for a takedown on Usman again. Usman's kind of slipped when Colby threw that left high kick. Colby has pushed Usman up against the cage. He's got superior head position on Usman. He's kind of Usman at the moment. And he's holding Usman up against the cage. So far, it could be a fourth and a fifth to Colby. Could be a fourth and a fifth to Colby, but every other round I think was Usman. And definitely a 10-8 to Usman. Be interesting if Colby can drop Usman. Usman's definitely slowed down, but he did enough good work earlier in the fight. So the stats have it probably closer than what it is, the fight. I think there was an eye poke or something there. Yeah. 30 seconds to go. See, to me, I think that should be a deducted point. That was pretty bad. Like that was a pretty blatant eye poke, in my opinion. Like the hands are up. I know there's been no warning, but that was pretty like hands out. Let's see what happens. 30 seconds to go. They're going to go after it, surely. It's pretty close, the fight. I have Usman having edged it out though. And that's the thing when you look at significant strikes, they don't take into account that at least two of those strikes were enough to drop Colby. You know what I mean? Oh, he catches Usman again. And that's a bell. And they're still going. They're still talking to each other. Oh, they shake hands. I wonder what they said to each other. It would have been like, I really like you, hey bro, you good guy, blah 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 blah. We got to keep doing this. I'll see you on Monday. They probably trained together for yeah, I think Usman won that pretty convincingly. Um but this is the problem. This is the problem that I see. The fourth and fifth could potentially have gone to Colby, right? Fairly easily could have potentially gone to Colby. Um, the first was close. I don't know how they judged the first one. Um, but there was one round that was a 10-8 round for Usman. I can't see how Usman loses. Do you know what I mean? Even if you gave Colby first, fourth, and fifth, which is being generous, um, and you gave Usman second and the third, you still have to give Usman a 10-8, my opinion. Marshall Smartest says 10-8 for sure. I would give that a 10-8 if you drop a guy twice like that in a round. Especially if you're using the 10-point must system, which in boxing, if you get dropped, it's a 10-8. You got dropped twice, and the fight, it was close to being finished. You know what I mean? So I'd give that I would give it a 10-8. Obviously, I'm not a judge. Um, this, I don't know. Metal Assassin says also third for Colby, kind of hard to judge. Second, 10-8 Usman. Yeah, like I can't, I wouldn't be able to tell you off the top of my head who gets what. I wasn't judging the fight; I was commentating it with a little Chinese person crawling all over me. But it was closer fight than, yeah, it was a pretty close fight. But I think Usman won. LC says Usman dropped Colby 2 times. That's all that was significant. Yeah, I agree with you. The big significant was just that. Noko says, can we just take a second and marvel at the fact that we are chilling with a guy and his kid on the other side of the world and watching the fights together in real time? It is quite an amazing thing. Yes, sir. I will say that. Usman wins it. Good for you, Usman. Um, I'm interested to see now what happens in this division. I'd like to see who Hamzat gets next. Um, Me personally, I want to see Hamzat versus Gilbert Burns. Um, and I would love to see Colby and Masvidal just for shits and giggles. Darcy Tynan says, are you from Oz? I am, sir, from Sydney, Australia. 48-47 times 2, 48-46 Usman. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, interesting, man. Really, really nice. Really good fight. Really good night of fights. Um, Metal Assassin, what was that judge smoking? I agree with the other two judges. Wanted my boy Colby to win, but oh well. Oh man, it just depends how people see the fight, man. It's not. It's like it just depends. And also, they're sitting where they're sitting. They're not like watching it like this, So they're watching it live. When you watch it live, you see different things, and you see different things from different angles. Like there's heaps of people watching the fights, and they see it different to how I see it, and we're watching from the same angle. Hey, Blacktown, Darcy Tynan, well done. Um, so yeah, that's interesting. We'll see what happens. All right, guys, thank you so much, and I hope to see you guys soon. As I said, I won't be on here as much. Uh, there'll probably be a big gap between this and the next podcast, but I mean, I've had to catch up on all the stuff that was on the back burner from lockdown and from COVID. Expecting birth of a second daughter, a whole bunch of work and renovations and stuff that has to be done. So thank you so much, guys, and I hope to see you guys soon. Take care. Thank you very much.